new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship returns June 25th.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Welcome back to Broward County Stadium, Week 4 of Minor League Cricket 2022, presented by Sunoco. Hosts Fort Lauderdale Lions take on the Atlanta Lightning in the first of a doubleheader. We have the two captains, Roy Silva from Fort Lauderdale Lions and Carrie Pear from the Fort Lauderdale Lightning. We'll have the toss. The host team will toss. The visitors will call in the air. Atlanta Lightning calls heads and tails is the call. Skipper, you won the toss, a good toss to win. Any thoughts on the wicket and what's your decision?
Our decision is bowling first. So we got a little slow and underneath have some moisture. So we get that advantage. We have a couple of spinners, good spinners, so we get that advantage.
What kind of total are you looking for to defend?
It's really hard to say, but 140, 150 going to be a good score because of wicket are slow.
Roy Silva winning the toss and deciding to bowl first against this Atlanta Lightning team. Skipper? Yeah. First of all, your thoughts. Roy Silva decided to bowl first. What sort of target are you looking for on this wicket?
As he said, it's hard to say. This has some moisture underneath, but having said that, we have to bat properly. I think we have to send back information, the openers as they go in and try and assess and see what is a good target on the wicket. So yeah.
Thank you. Skipper Carrie Pear for the Atlanta Lightning says he's going to have to take it easy, manage a score. The openers will have a huge responsibility. Atlanta Lightning batting first. Fort Lauderdale Lions will bowl first. We'll be back with the start of play in only moments. Welcome everyone to Broward County Stadium with my co-commentator Jermaine Lanneman. My name is Ryan Davis and we're going to be presenting Fort Lauderdale Lions, the host, winning the toss and putting the Atlanta Lightning into bat first. Jermaine, looking at the wicket, looking at the conditions, what's your thoughts on winning the toss and how important is the toss today?
Very happy to be here for this game here, the first of a doubleheader here at the Broward Stadium in Lauderdale here in Florida. We will have two teams who are in scenarios that are unique to them in terms of where they are in the standings of the division here in the Southern Division for the conference here, for the Atlantic Conference, as they both vie to make the playoffs. We're looking at the Lions, who have struggled so far in terms of they have played 7 of their scheduled 14 games, and they do not look good in terms of they're at the bottom of the table. And we have the Lightning, who has played 3 of their 14, one of the few teams in minor league this year who has played that small amount, who has been looking the part, the Atlanta Lightning. So it should be an interesting shootout.
Well, like we mentioned, Fort Lauderdale Lions, just like Jermaine said, they're on their last stand. Have to have some positive results today and tomorrow to get back in the hunt of a playoff position. And how important is it that they've just won the toss? Good toss to win. The wicket has some moisture to begin with, as per usual in the Broward County Stadium. And they're going to try to make the most of it as Atlanta Lightning will have to take first strike. Well, opening bowling today is going to be Masood Mohammed. He's the left-arm orthodox spinner coming from the commentary end. And he'll be bowling. We're going to soon find out. It looks good to be Mark Parchment. And right-hander. And he's going to by sell. So Mohammed coming to bowl the first delivery. And his forward drives the mid off, but he did so well, couldn't get a single. And the first dot ball for the Fort Lauderdale Lions. Jermaine, a good start.
Yeah, a very good start there from the Lions' part. As we were mentioning, they definitely need a victory here. 7 matches and at the bottom of the table.
Mohammed again, and this one is a little bit shorter. Played right back to the bowler. 2 dot balls. And the Fort Lauderdale Lions putting the responsibility on the left-arm orthodox spinner Mohammed. He is for the third delivery. This one's full again, driven to mid-off. Well struck. This makes sense for the spinner to be coming up the hill from the commentary end. And this one is pushed just past extra cover, and they go for a quick single. And they're home safely. First runs on the board for Atlanta Lightning rather. What's your thoughts on the spinner start opening the overs? Is that something you think puts pressure on the batsman, or a little bit of relief for the batsman rather than not facing the medium pacer?
It depends. Providing the spinner is very comfortable with bowling the new ball, the ball with the sheen. But providing he's able to, as we have seen at the international level, it can tie down an opener. Generally speaking, openers, you'd know, would prefer the ball coming on. That's their forte rather than the ball spinning. So the fact that the opportunity exists for a team to use a spinner as the opening bowler, if the spinner has control, it can build pressure.
Sagar Patel, 82 runs last week against Philadelphia on July 4th, Independence Day, anchored the innings for this Atlanta Lightning team to have a dominant victory over the Philadelphia side. He gets his first chance at Mohammed. So it's a shorter delivery, just nudged it to mid-wicket. So far, one without loss, and it's been a tidy over for the left-arm orthodox spinner. Mohammed, last delivery of the first over. Push right back to him, and it's no run. So it's one without loss after one.
Yes, very good over there from Mohammed to begin with. Very tight, just getting one, as you pointed out, conceding one run. It's a very good start. The wicket, looking at it from here, seems to have a little bit of moist. You were out earlier for the toss. You could tell us more about that. But for what it is worth, a spinner on a wicket like this, the batsmen in their own right will have to take the opportunity to get the pace, to understand how it is playing. So good first over, and this is what the Lions fans want.
Well, with the spinner coming up the hill from the commentary end, from the northern end, it's going to be number 5, Utwal Vinakota. As steady as they get, a medium pacer coming down the hill. Makes perfect sense. He's going to be bowling to Mark Parchment rather. Score one without loss. Finakota has picked up some valuable wickets, most noticeably right here on Broward County Cricket Ground a couple of weeks ago. Definitely one of the more steady bowlers in minor league cricket.
Yes, indeed. Just to update the viewers per se as to where the team stands at the moment in the Southern Division. 5 teams are in the division. It is currently being led by the Atlanta Fire, with Morrisville Raptors second, Orlando Galaxy third, Atlanta Lightning fourth, and Fort Lauderdale Lions fifth. We can go a little bit in terms of the details for each team as we proceed.
Here's Vinakota, his first delivery to Parchment. And he's gone after him. He just straight down to the middle, and it's gone for a maximum. First boundary of the day, and it's lifted over mid-wicket.
Yes, excellent shot there from Parchment. He faced the majority of the balls in the first over. He's a little bit more seeing the pace of the wicket. That one pitching in line, and he just helped it on its way.
I tell you, it's a cardinal sin to just come anything within middle and leg in this format of the game. You can get hit for a 6 as easy as that. So Parchment is away. First boundary. He moves to 7. 7 without loss. And Vinakota is going to try again from the northern end. And he's back. And he's pulled this one. And he's out. First wicket falls. Parchment going back on the back foot, couldn't get a hold of it, and eventually held out to mid-on. So Vinakota strikes. Atlanta Lightning now in a hole at 7 for 1.
That's what you call sweet revenge. Excellent delivery there from Vinoka. Got hit for a boundary. He made the classic return, and it has resulted in a spectacular bowling effort in terms of him getting the wicket of Parchment, who seemed to be getting into a rhythm.
Yeah, after that boundary, look at the replay. Vinokurta just dropping this one a little bit short. Good decision going back on the back foot, but trying to be so aggressive. Nowhere near the middle of the bat. An easy catch to mid-on. So, first wicket departs. Vinokurta does the business. And in steps number 13, Hanchard Hamilton. That's Atlanta Lightning. One thing batting at number 3. You're almost like an opener in this format of the game. Literally the second over, 8 balls gone, and you're into the wicket.
Yes, typically providing the openers doesn't get off to a flyer. But yeah, number 3, number 4, the batters really do get to the crease rather quickly in this format of the game. So it's really an opportunity for a player to come in and be ready to tee off immediately.
Yeah, you have to be able to be comfortable with facing the new ball, whether batting 3, 4 or 5 in this format of the game, because wickets tumble in a hurry. Vinokurta again will resume. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Hamilton. Just mentioned Mark Parchment with a quick fire 7. Hitting a 6 over mid-wicket and then held out to mid-on the very next delivery. For our viewers, during the power play, the 2 men on the boundary, we have a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover. As the left-hander takes his time, checks his surroundings, and is ready for his first delivery. Oh, and this one is just outside off stump. That is the corridor you hope and pray for as a captain for your medium pacer.
Yes, indeed, Vinokurta. Clearly, I mean, you saw with that delivery, he ran off with a lot of bounce and stepped. Clearly very confident and happy. I've gotten the wicket of Parchment there. But good delivery there, just pitching outside. Well left, one may say, from the new batsman, and he's taking the opportunity to get his eyes in, Mr. Hamilton.
And again, Vinokurta finding that line and length. Not much a batsman can do about it. As we say in cricket, the corridor of uncertainty. Can't do much. You can either dab at it, may find yourself caught behind just dabbing on that ball, but that is the line and the length a medium pacer wants to live by.
Yes, indeed. Tucking the batsman in there, with, as I said, credit to the batsman, he's also taken the opportunity to really feel the pace. This was his second delivery, so hopefully he'll be able to tee off shortly.
This time Hamilton is away, just enough width to squirt it through to cover, and he is off the mark. 8 for 1. Vinokurta started this over by giving up a 6 over mid-wicket, got the wicket of Parchment, 2 dot balls and a single now. And the anchor man himself, Patel, the right-hander. What's your thoughts, Jermaine, on a right-hander, left-hander combination? You think it's enough to throw off a medium pacer like Vinokurta?
No bowler likes to bowl to the batsmen who keep scrambling around, because they have to constantly be changing their line and their tactics. So yes, a left and right-handed, especially at the higher level here, does play a role in terms of getting batsmen to get the bowlers to bowl bad balls for them to score easier.
Well, we see the decision by Vinokurta around to the lefty, over to the righty. Patel, bit of change in the field for Patel. There's a third man and a deep mid-wicket. And this one's a little bit slower and fuller, and it's beautifully driven through cover for 4. Patel gets his first boundary, and that'll be the end of the second over, and the score finishes at 12 for 1.
Yes, a very good boundary there on the part of Patel. Over pitching a bit, you'd find Vinoka, and he never missed out on the opportunity. Good boundary.
1, 2, 3.
We are back, Broward County Stadium, Toyota Minor League Cricket 2022, presented by Sunoco. Ryan Davis, Jermaine Lanneman in the commentary booth, and we have the left-handed Hamilton, and he's there because Mark Parchment, the opener, was caught at mid-on off the bowling of Vinakota. And here's Mohammed back from the commentary end. You know, the spinner bowling with a new ball, not much turn, especially on this wicket. It's almost like a glassy wicket. And here's Mohammed with his second delivery. And he's put it on. Bowled him. Mohammed gets the breakthrough. Hamilton chopped it onto his stumps. And Atlanta Lightning now really in an awkward position as the Fort Lauderdale Lions force them at 12-2.
Yes, good delivery there. One would say. I mean, the batsman trying to force it in the offside to get that arguably single per se, but playing on, and no doubt the bowler would have felt very good about that effort. Not the best of deliveries, a little bit on the short side. It was definitely there for that single, or playing it in the offside per se, but he did not get on top of it and got the inside edge.
The beauty and the curse of the power play. You have fielders, only two fielders out in defensive positions. Batsmen feel this pressure of having to score off of every delivery. And we can see a loose delivery trying to hit it too hard, Jermaine. You can see that in power plays where runs can score in abundance, but wickets also fall in abundance during the first 6 overs.
Indeed. It begs the question as well in terms of the wicket and how much it is playing, slowing up. Because both this delivery here, the first wicket that fell, the batsman was in position a bit too early. Eventually tried to play that pull shot, but it didn't come off. And this here, the batsman again in position to play that delivery through the offside, but it just didn't come. So you wonder if the slowness of the wicket is affecting the timing of the batsman.
Well, that brings to the wickets Sahil Charanig, and he is a right-hander. So the left-hander Hamilton chopping the ball onto his stumps from Mohammed. And now we have two right-handers in the wicket as Charanig faces his first delivery. Mohammed immediately adjusts his field. His two fielders outside of the circle, a long on and a deep mid wicket. Mohammed to Charanig. And definitely in a defensive posture. Understandably, Jermaine, 12-2, coming in at number 4. You have a different responsibility.
Yes, indeed, Charina. And batting at that important number 4 position, it such says that you're one of the team best batters. So he is important that he gets it right.
Shorter delivery by Mohammed, adjusting his length, pitching one up in the first delivery, dropping short on the second, have to keep batters off balance.
Yes, indeed. A good start there by Mohammed for the Fort Lauderdale Lions.
Straying onto leg stump, turns it, and he's going to come back for an easy 2. So Charania off the mark. The score goes to 14-2.
Work there in the mid-wicket region comfortably by Charania. As we said, he should be one of the key players for this team. So it's important that early out, he sees off these opening bowlers who seems to be in their acky getting things correct.
So Mohammed recovers after that loose delivery. At the end of 3 overs, it is 14-2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
We're back for the 4th over after 3, 14-2. And this man, Vinakota, getting the prize wicket of Mark Parchment in the last over. He's bowling to Patel. Patel back and across, and he slashes over slip. And that's another boundary. Patel in form, 82 in his last innings versus the Philadelphians. And he gets his second boundary to move to 8.
Yes, good shot there from Patel, just backing off and helping it over the region there behind point. Not in total control, but enough bat on it. That is what the Lightnings would be wanting at this stage, to be getting boundaries.
Yeah, we just talked about the power play a little while before. Only 2 men outside the circle. And for Vinakota, it's going to be a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket. So anything loose, you play the shot, play through the line. And this one is closer to the body. Push the short extra cover.
Well bowled there by Vinakota. A much better length and a much better line. Tucking in the batsman there, who is clearly getting good in confidence, Patel, and trying to, rotate the strike and stuff. So it was a good delivery to keep him tucked in.
The margin for error in these first 36 deliveries is next to nothing for a bowler. Vinakota, Patel. Patel drives against extra cover, and he's going to squeeze through a single. Good running by the visitors. Just want to talk real quick, Jermaine, about the doubleheader. We touched on it at the beginning of the broadcast. Atlanta Lightning have to catch up with games. They've only played 3 so far compared to the Lions, 7 games. They play the Orlando Galaxy next. What sort of disadvantage you're looking at playing a second game on the same day?
Yeah, it should be a challenge. Clearly, the sun would have taken a toll from you, that early morning sun into midday, and to know that you're only grabbing drinks and coming back.
Oh, and that is the line and the length that a captain and a bowler dream of. Just outside of stump. And a valuable dot ball for this Fort Lauderdale Lions team. But Vinakota doing a great job keeping the ball just outside off stump and adjusting his length while not sacrificing his line. Here's Charania facing Vinakota. Oh, and just, this is what we talk about, Jimmy. A good medium pacer keeps his line and length. We talk about the power play, the pressure of being in the power play, and we see Charania trying to force something.
Yes, indeed. But Vinakota seems to be very well up to the challenge and up to the task here. Not only did he get a wicket in his opening over, he has made sure that this second over, he's keeping the batsman in check.
19 for 2. Only 1 delivery left. The Atlanta Lightning scored 42 in their last power play. Well, good defensive shot, earns a single, and at the end of 4 overs, it is 20 for 2.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So, some circumstances that we have not expected. One of the umpires seems to have, looks like he's in a fainting sort of position, having a hard time keeping consciousness.
Wow.
We are live in Broward County Stadium, something we've not seen before.
It seems to be a stroke or something. The players are really trying to get some
They're trying to keep him conscious.
Doesn't look good.
Really sad scenes in Broward County Stadium in Fort Lauderdale. We're only 4 overs in. Somewhat overcast conditions. Very humid outside, Jermaine. And looks like one of the umpires has really taken a turn for the worst.
Yes, indeed, and we see whereby the players are backing off, trying to give him space to breathe, and then now that the carts are coming on, the big question now to ask is, perhaps how close our medical support is, or an ambulance, because this seems to be a troubling situation.
Absolutely one of the worst sights you'll ever see in any sort of sporting arena. A player, an umpire, an official having to get medical attention, and it's a sort of medical attention that's not a physical injury, but rather something internal, which has everyone on high alert in Broward County Stadium.
Yes, not the type of scenes that we would have wanted at this stage of the game in the morning, or wanted ever. I mean, it's technically the first time I'm seeing an umpire falling ill on the cricket pitch directly like that. So,
Absolutely. The closest hospital, there's a pediatric hospital in Plantation a mile away. There's another one 4.5 miles away from the Broward County Stadium. And just from first impressions, the way the umpire was losing consciousness, he is no doubt going to have to be taken for medical attention.
Well, the important thing I am seeing here is that they have him now a bit, what you would say, sit up, in a sit-up position. Earlier, when he was in a sit-up, he fell on his back, and he seems to have dazed out. So he's now up, and they're trying to get him to breathe, maybe to talk, before they arguably get him onto one of those carts and get him off to medical treatment.
Remember a long time ago, they used to have the every medical staff will have these smelling salts or some sort of really strong odor to sort of kick you back in. But looking at the umpire's expression, facial expressions, it really looks to be an awkward position out there in the middle.
Yes, indeed. And I don't know if our camera could show from another angle whereby we'll be able to see. But this
is the replay. Vinacote coming in. We're looking at the umpire's stature. Well, this is actually some of the replays. That was the first boundary by Parchment. It was a maximum, and then and here's Vinacote coming in again as a beautiful cover drive by Patel. Just taking a quick look at the boundaries so far in the power play. Vinacote again, and it was Patel over the slip cordon. So important for this man, Patel, who scored 82 against Philadelphia last week, Monday, July 4th. He's in form. He anchored the innings in the last one. Right now, 20 for 2. He has huge responsibility on his shoulders again.
Yes, and no doubt this Atlanta Lightning team would want to perhaps set a par score of arguably about 160. So to do that, they would have to get as much runs as feasible to be more comfortable doing so from the power play period. So Patel is now in along with Chirino, and these two need to build a partnership so that the score can get to somewhere where they want it. 20 for 2 after 4, that's on average 5 runs per over. You're perhaps wanting this power play to be anywhere close to 8 runs after 6 overs, so which would bring them to a good total. But good start so far, fair start. Arguably on both our teams, because to get 2 wickets is an interesting proposition for the Lions, who we know is in a position, providing they lose this game, they have no more chance of going through. If they have 7 more matches, they have to go on a huge run, arguably an unbeatable run, to perhaps get into one of those 2 playoff spots.
Well, their last power play against Philadelphia, they scored 42 runs, 7 runs and over in their first 6. Right now they're at 5, 2 wickets lost, a little bit of an awkward position, but Patel anchoring, Chirani of course has to come in and start playing through, build himself an innings. But there's a guy we spoke about at the beginning of the broadcast, Shamar Springer, who can really belt this ball. What sort of impact can he have in the later part of the inning?
Yeah, Springer, clearly an outstanding first-class player from the West Indies. He's here along with Kyle, who is another West Indian, who are the leaders of this team here for the Atlanta Lightning. So it is important that these 2 batsmen here, Patel and Chirino, Patel, as we speak of, being informed, Chirino batting at 4, clearly being one of their batters, to really dug in get this Atlanta Lightning to arguably 8 runs per over of 160. If fall short at 147 runs per over, it's defendable. And if they can get above par 180 or thereabout, they'll be in a very good position to not only win this game, but win their fourth and put themselves in a very good position to get one of the 2 seeding spots to the playoffs later this year or later in the summer.
Well, if you're just joining us, Atlanta Lightning losing the toss. They were put into bat first by the Fort Lauderdale Lions. They are 20 for 2. 2 quick wickets fell. And now we have an interruption of play. One of the officials has collapsed. We're not sure what the condition is or the diagnosis. All that we know that he is seeking medical attention. They're not trying to take him off the field, Julian. They look like they're going to leave him there and wait for actual medical attention to attend to him, which may be the smart thing to do. So in the meantime, we're going to stay with you and try to keep you updated on his condition. And in the meantime, also talk about these 2 teams and what they're up against, as Atlanta Lightning have a doubleheader and Fort Lauderdale Lions are making their last stand here in this minor league cricket 2022 to try and get back in the playoff hunt.
Yes, and last stand indeed. As per the viewers who arguably are perhaps new to the setup and are perhaps want to be updated, this Southern Division is one of 2 divisions here in the Atlantic Conference per se, but it has one of the smallest amount of teams. It has 5 teams. Most divisions generally have 6 to 7 teams. As per most teams, or all teams, will be playing 14 games. So with only 5 teams in the division, what that means is that some teams will be playing each other more than once, or more than they expected 2 times, maybe 3. And so be the case. At the present moment, the division is set up as with the 5 teams. Atlanta Fire, they have played their matches in the sense that they've played 5 of their 14 games. They lead the standings with 8 points. Morrisville Raptors, one of the favorites. It must be pointed out. Both Atlanta Fire and the Morrisville Raptors are favorites from this division to advance, and they are 1 and 2 in the table. Both have played 5 matches. Atlanta Fire has 8 points, and Morrisville Raptors have 7. Next in the standing is the Orlando Galaxy, who has played 6 of their 14. They are in 3rd with 5 points. Atlanta Lightning, as we pointed out earlier, they have played 3 of their 17. So, as we also alluded to, they will be playing 3 games this weekend.
Well, Atlanta Lightning, this is their lineup. And one of the reasons they are sitting 2nd in this Southern Division is because of their net run rate. They've scored an abundance of runs in a limited period of time, and that man Shamar Springer will be coming up to bat. He is batting a whopping 223 strike rate, the best in the minor leagues this season. And if Atlanta Lightning can steady the ship with Patel and Charania, gives this man Springer a chance to come in the latter part and really push the total up to a commanding total and to give Fort Lauderdale Lions something to go after.
Yes, commanding indeed. And as we said earlier, a very good total. If you average 8 runs per over for the 20 overs, you'll indeed get 260 runs. You know, you call it a par score in T20 cricket, because with that opportunity, your bowlers have an opportunity. Even if they make a mistake, they can still get back into the game to defend 160 runs. Below par score would arguably be 7 runs per over of the 20 overs. So that's to be about 140. When teams bowl 140, there's a little bit of room for error for the bowlers. So you want to keep it par 160 or above.
Fort Lauderdale Lions, the host, Roy Silva, the dynamic Sri Lankan player, ex-international. And I see Elton Tucker Jr. I met his father before the game. Fantastic human being. And his son, proudly representing the Tucker family. And he's in the lineup.
What is quite noticeable about the Fort Lauderdale lineup today, as we said, bottom of the table, 7 matches, 7 to go, and with stats that are not the most comfortable for them in terms of their placing, is that Danza Hyatt, the West Indies, former West Indian player, he's now in their lineup. I noticed he didn't play the first couple of games. I don't know how soon, or if this is his first game or not. We double check. But they need to go on a winning run. having played 7 games, won 2 and lost 5.
Yeah, like we said, the Lions up against it at home though, against an Atlanta Lightning team. Has not played at Broward County Stadium before, so it's all brand new for the visitors. And the home team has done their best so far, 20 for 2. They have the visitors, the open bowlers Mohammed and Vinakota, each getting a wicket. But we still have the anchorman himself, Patel. So we're back, and we see the umpire, at least in a sitting up condition. He's shaking his head, which means not agreeing or not able to get on his feet. Certainly this is the most important. There is a paramedic out there. You can see them with the white shirt and the hat.
And what is interesting is that maybe as per medical protocol, they are attempting to lift him and move him away. Maybe the protocol is as such whereby he should be able to stand on his own. If not, he should be lifted off by paramedics.
Yeah, I think just looking at the paramedic out there, still trying to diagnose and get a feel. But we're seeing one of the little trucks coming out. Maybe there's enough room to get the umpire into it. We should see. Yep, and we see some more paramedics coming. And by the looks of things, yep, we see a backpack and some actual medical supplies coming towards the umpire.
That's the Lauderdale Fire Department personnel.
Well, the good news for the umpire is that medical attention is here. There is some equipment. The best case scenario, of course, to get him back on his feet. But it looks like the worst is over.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, it's good to see him moving and actually responding, and that is generally a good sign. So from here now, it's just a matter of him being taken away and for observation within a proper medical setting.
Ryan Davis, Jimmy Lanneman, Broward County Stadium, Toyota Minor League Cricket 2022, presented by Sunoco. Interruption on play. Umpire collapsed right after the 4th over. And this is the scenario. We're back at Broward County Stadium. Ryan Davis, Jimmy Lanneman. And there's been an update. The umpire who collapsed at the end of the 4th over, getting medical attention. The Lauderdale Fire Department is at the scene. And now it is official. There is a bed on wheels coming in to take him off of the ground. This is what they've been waiting on. Following protocol, waiting for medical attention. It is here at a timely manner. Fantastic response by Lauderdale's finest. This only happened roughly 7 or 8 minutes ago. And now the umpire is getting the appropriate treatment.
Yes, indeed. And this is what we said would have been an ideal situation whereby he also still look as if he's a bit more responsive. Let's hope that it is just nothing more than, a heat conditions rather than something more serious, such as a stroke. But it's good to know that the medical arrangements by minor league cricket is at such whereby it's in touching distance the paramedics or the medical personnel, and they are not able to, get the job done.
Well, as the famous saying goes, I'm not a doctor, but I played one in a movie one time. It looks like the EKG instruments are out. They are now sort of taking the sweat off of the chest and stomach of the umpire, and they are now attaching the electronic receptors. And let's hope that comes back clear. Most important, umpire's health and condition. But the second scenario is the game itself. Atlanta Lightning losing the toss, and Fort Lauderdale Lions putting them into bat first. So far, Mark Parchment held out to mid-on for 7 off the bowling of Vinakota. And then Mohammed, the left-arm spinner, got Hanchard Hamilton to chop the ball onto his stumps to get us to the scenario at 20 for 2 after 4 overs.
Yes, so as we have said, after 2 teams, you'd want to argue. Maybe you'd say that the Lions are just a little bit more comfortable having taken 2 frontline batsmen from the Atlanta team and just conceding 5 runs per over. They would want to arguably maintain such a 5 runs per over rate. 5 runs per over for the 20 overs would give them 100 to chase per se. So anyway, they as a bowling team would want anywhere between 5 and 6 to chase anywhere between 120 in an ideal scenario in terms of, a good chase whereby they'd have opportunities. Once it goes over 6 runs per over, it then becomes more difficult.
So, as the power play starts to wear on, we have 2 full overs left in the power play, and we saw 2 quick wickets fall. If you look at the 4 over, as you look at the 4th over, there was a boundary, dot ball, single, 2 dot balls and a single. We can see the Fort Lauderdale Lions really starting to put a bit of a clamp down on the Atlanta Lightning because they lost those 2 early wickets. And the Atlanta Lightning have to sort of dig themselves out of a small hole, not a huge hole, but a hole nonetheless. How do you envision the last 12 deliveries of this power play? Do you see Atlanta Lightning just sort of trying to steady the inning, or do you see batsmen like Patel and Charania really start to maybe go after it in the last 12 deliveries?
Yeah, minor details here, but you'd want to say that the bowlers, both Vinoka and the spinner, are doing well.
Jermaine, just want to jump in real quick. Looks like the umpire is on his feet and he's getting onto the mobile bed, which is fantastic news, of course, what we all want to see. And he will be taken to the nearest hospital. Last we checked was about 4 miles away. Because the mobile bed is here, it means that an ambulance is not too far away.
Always a good sign to see somebody being able to stand and make movements in a situation like this. So I guess we can feel more comfortable that better days are ahead for umpire.
Yep, the fact that you said he got on his 2 feet, that's medical examiners will make them feel a lot better about the scenario.
Yes, indeed. So going back to the match scenario per se, you'd want to see a slight advantage in the Fort Lauderdale Lions' favor here because both Vinakota and the other opening bowler, they have had the opportunity to they were were to bowl their third over each, now they would feel more comfortable finding the right length, the right line, and the right flight in terms of the spinner or the pace in terms of Vinoka. So they would want to feel like coming onto this opening power play, opening 6 overs, their bowlers can help to keep the score here at 5 runs per over or below, if not better. But importantly, the batsmen, both Patel and Sharina, as you said, informed Patel, they know that coming out of this power play 6 over period, they need to get this run rate beyond the 5 runs per over that it is now to arguably 6 or 7. So the next 12 deliveries, they would want to be able to throw the pace of Vinaka off his line or be able to pressure the spinner, as the case may be.
Well, the blanket is on and the mobile bed is heading towards the ambulance. Sad scenes here, the umpire collapsing after the 4th over. And after 10 to 15 minutes, medical attention has now taken him away. And he'll be sent to the nearest hospital. We hope and pray for his health, first and foremost, that he makes a speedy recovery as we get back to the first of a doubleheader between Fort Lauderdale Lions, Atlanta Lightning, and the second game of the doubleheader, Orlando Galaxy, who themselves are in a bit of a hole like the Fort Lauderdale Lions. They are sitting 4th.
Yes, indeed. They're actually 3rd in the table, behind the Atlanta Fire and Morrisville Raptors, the 2 favorites from this 5-team zone to advance to the playoffs, the Atlantic Conference playoffs. But they're in 3rd, Orlando Galaxy. Former coach, it must be noted, I don't know if he's still actually on the books, but Shivnarayan Shandapal started the season as their coach. He was last week, however, drafted in by the USA Women's national team as their head coach. In fact, the USA Cricket drafted him as the head of the women's program, because he's also coach of the USA Women's Under-19 team, which we should know by now were crowned champions 2 days ago from the West Indies Women's Under-19 tournament that was held in Trinidad. They went there undefeated, played a total of 6 matches, the USA Women Under-19 team, and did very well to give Shanapal not only a 6 winning streak, but also a first tournament title, being appointed to lead a national team here. So the Orlando Galaxy, just to get back quickly, they without Shanapal as coach at the moment, they are 6 matches in of their 14. They have lost 3 of those matches. They have won only 2 and had a no result as a result of rain. So they play in the afternoon game here against, as we pointed out, the Atlanta Lightning, who has the rather peculiar situation of having to play back-to-back games here to catch up, having played only 3 of their 14 fixtures.
Just touching again on USA Cricket, the girls going down there having a great showing. It just shows the leaps and bounds the sport is making in this country. Having to travel, women's side of things, winning the tournament, the U19 tournament, down in Trinidad, and yesterday it's lost by 7 wickets against us in the semi-final playoff spot to get into the T20 World Cup. Sadly, the Americans did not make it. The Netherlands pushed through to the final, but again, it just shows what cricket, the strides the sport is making in this country.
Yes, a very unfortunate situation. I would want to do for the USA program, because I believe had the USA national team, men's team per se, recorded that victory against the Netherlands yesterday, actually had 2 bites of the cherries. They lost to Zimbabwe shortly before. Either one of those victories would have taken them to the T20 World Cup in Australia later this year. And knowing that the USA will be co-host of the T20 World Cup in another 2 years' time, participating in that would have been good.
Well, getting back to our current scenario, Atlanta 20 for 2 after 4 overs. We've just been notified that the game is now going to be shortened to 18 overs because of the tragic incident of the umpires, one of the umpires, collapsing and having to be taken to the hospital, which means it goes to 18 overs and the power play, no longer 6 overs, it's now 5 overs, which means only 6 deliveries left in the power play. And it's probably going to be Do you think the left-arm spinner Mohammed stays on, or do you think Roy Silva brings somebody on to bowl the last over of the power play?
I believe it would be wiser to continue with the trajectory. He, as I said, would have put down 12 deliveries already. He would have gotten used to the conditions, gotten used to the pitch. The batsmen are still under a little bit of pressure. Apply some more flight, keep them closed. But importantly, this 18 overs now are fair. I think it's as a result of the Duckworth and Lewis a method of calculating overs based on delays in a game. A delay could be caused by rain, could be caused by injury, could be caused, as we saw here. You could maybe classify this in the injury category, although it is not for a player, but for the umpire.
No, injury nonetheless. You're absolutely right. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, so 18 overs are fair, and the opportunities and stakes are still high for both of these teams, especially as we pointed out, the Fort Lauderdale Lions were again at the bottom of the table, having played 7 matches, having lost 5, just winning 2, and have 7 games remaining. But because they are at the bottom of the 5-team table, they need to go on a winning run to be able to put themselves in a position after these 14 games to be in the number 1 or number 2 spot to go on to the Atlantic Conference playoffs.
You think the 18-over scenario helps the Lions in this situation at 20-for-2, or do you think it has any sort of factor at all?
I believe it is really, the game is slightly interestingly poised. I think if for what it is worth, it may be slightly again in the Lions' favor, for Lauderdale Lions, because they would have had a run rate of 5 runs per over. They have gotten an additional 2 overs free per se of hitting from this Atlanta Lightning team. So the batsmen will be under more pressure now to get the thing going, because they have less balls to put up that par score, as I say, that it arguably want, which would roughly 6 runs per over, which would carry them to at least 8 runs per over, which would carry them to 160, which is what most teams try to target in a T20 affair.
Well, you hear the analysis from Jermaine Lanneman, and the umpires, and the substitute umpire has now come in because of the tragic circumstance of one of the umpires collapsing, being taken to the hospital. Play is about to resume. Just a reminder, if you're now joining us, because of one of the umpires having to be taken away, the overs are going to be reduced from 20 overs to 18 overs. We were supposed to have 2 more overs left of the power play. Only 1 over left. Power play reduced to 5 overs as well. And we're about to see what Roy Silva decides, if to continue with his left-arm orthodox Mohammed from the commentary end, who has bowled 2 overs already, or does he bring on another bowler? We shall see. The fielding team is on the field. They're huddled together, discussing a game plan. The batsmen taking their time, trying to get acclimatized again to the scenario, to the surroundings after that tragic incident. And now we will see the decision.
And you can see a little pep in the step, if I may say, from this Fort Lauderdale Lions team. They would have felt that, okay, we have 2 overs less to bowl. We have an opportunity to keep them for a below par score. They would have started okay, having taken 2 wickets, and also having kept it at just 5 runs per over. They have 1 more to go before they can, get more feelers outside of the ring, and even tighten the screws a bit more. For as it may be on the Atlanta Lightning's point, though, the batsmen would have invariably not fully worked themselves in, but they have an opportunity now to perhaps, go helter-skelter, as we would arguably say in the cricket parlance.
Well, we both lost our bets. We thought Mohammed, let's take a look at. We thought Mohammed will continue from the commentary ends, but it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling. Let's see. There's no number on the back, so we're going to find out. So we have the 00, Shamari Brown, coming into bowl the last over of the power play. So Roy Silva digging into the well for his very precise left-arm orthodox bowler, Shamari Brown, trusting him with the last 6 deliveries. The field for this last 6 balls of the power play, a long on, a deep mid-wicket. We have a regular mid-off, an extra cover, short extra cover, regular cover, backward point, let's say a fly slip almost, a short fine leg, a short mid wicket, and a deep mid wicket. So, Shamari Brown bowling to the right hander. Your thoughts on Charania's approach to these last 6 deliveries?
Yes, he comes in at a very a challenging point of this game here. In the power play with only 2 fielders outside of the ring, and he'll have to keep it tight. But as we look at Charania, he's now on strike. He has faced 7 deliveries for those 3 runs. He'd want to feel as if he wants to now keep it moving by getting a few boundaries under his name and put the pressure back on this, especially on this new bowler.
So Brown just waiting for the ground screw. They are having some conversations. Yep, the umpires are signaling to the ground screw to clear out because it's right in the batsman's view. The trucks are departing and we will resume. Shamari Brown bowling the last over of the power play to Charania. It's short and he just punches it and it's a short extra cover, no run. Valuable dot ball for this Fort Lauderdale Lions team. And Brown, and he's bowled him. Trying to make some room, trying to hit that boundary over mid-wicket. And Roy Silva makes the right decision, bringing Brown in. Perfect line, perfect length. Took out Charania at a vital time of the game.
Sad last wicket there for the Atlanta Lightning. Albeit Charania having faced 7 deliveries, I would say, before that break, he didn't look very comfortable. He a little bit chunky in terms of a batsman, but clearly in this situation, wasn't the ball very close to him, wasn't in the position to play that shot, or even that shot wasn't on. Per se, but he tried to force it and unfortunately got his middle peg bowled.
Yep, trying to rock back on that back foot, trying to expose the mid-wicket region. There's a short mid-wicket, maybe trying to go over him. But like you said, good line, good length, not short enough to pull. And the middle stump rocked back. So Brown makes a breakthrough, valuable breakthrough. Roy Silva looks like a genius. I guess that's why he's captaining and you and I aren't.
Yes, but importantly, you pointed out Roy Silva, former, I think, Sri Lankan first-class cricketer, close to his 40s.
Former test cricketer, so I'm going to tell you something, he's played at the highest level.
Right, so clearly a brilliant cricketing mind. You would have thought, based on what you have seen so far from Brown, he's a little bit more tighter and flatter than Patel, and he got the wicket.
So, the new batter coming into strike. Charania bowled middle stump from Brown. We haven't got the number of the new batter, so we will confirm it's going to be Richards. Richards, the new batter, facing Brown. And this one's a little bit... Oh, it's a pull for LBW. Umpire. And he's giving it first ball. Brilliant piece of bowling by the veteran Brown. The shorter delivery to bowl down Charania and a beautifully delivery. First ball to Richards.
Yes, excellent delivery there. It was definitely worth the shot as we wait for the replay to come up. But that ball kept its line as we look at the replay here. And, you know, going forward was the new batsman, didn't get anything in. That would have hit a middle stump halfway up.
That's LBW on a Saturday and twice on a Sunday. And Richards, a no doubter, has to go back. First delivery, and Brown is absolutely in form and wreaking havoc.
Yes.
Last 6 deliveries of a power play, a dot and 2 wickets. Can't ask for anything more, Jermaine.
No, I mean, captain here, Roy Silva, would have been very pleased with this change. As you say rightly, he looks a genius. Looking at the Fort Lauderdale's team, as we say, who is very much under a lot of pressure here. They just huddled into a team huddle, all hands up in the air, and Argo was saying, Lions, they feel that this is an excellent start on their part. This is the type of thing that they would need to be able to get a victory here to turn around their campaign, which we know has been abysmal, having lost 5 games and only won 2 with 7 matches remaining. So they need to turn this into a third win, a fair and a brilliant start on their part. 4 wickets down, the Atlanta Lightning with just 20 runs on the board. This is an opportunity, and the game being reduced to 18 overs due to that injury, if one may say, with the umpire. We now have the Lions in a very good position to limit the Atlanta Lightning to a par score of 5 runs per over, and arguably, being able to get a third victory in their comeback campaign.
Well, with 4 wickets down, that means number 6, the captain himself, Gary Pear, has only managed to put up 18 runs so far this season, and he's going to face Brown with 3 deliveries left in the power play. The guys on the boundary are long on and a deep mid wicket. Here's Brown to Pear. Pear, beautiful cricket shot, pushed it through extra cover, and they come back for an easy 2. Jermaine, we look at the pressure of the power play, we look at the good bowling of Brown. It's okay to play cricketing shots like Pear, push the ball into the gap, get the 2s, rather than try to go for the big hit, and sometimes, consequently, a wicket or a dot ball. Brown to Pear. Excellent line, great length, dot ball.
It must be pointed out, Pear is a West Indies international player. He has played 3 one-day matches for the West Indies so far and 10 T20 internationals. In fact, many thought that he would have been, as we look at this.
And that's well bowled again by Brown, just outside off stump, beaten Pear, and that's the end of the power play. Only 2 runs, 2 wickets. It is 22 for 4 after 5.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back. Toyota Minor League Cricket 2022 presented by Sunoco. Atlanta Lions put into bat after losing the toss to Fort Lauderdale Lions, and they are in a woeful position at 22 for 4. Shamari Brown getting 2 wickets the last over of the power play. Game reduced to 18 overs due to an injury by an umpire. Only 5 overs for the power play. That's now completed. The boundaries, the restrictions are over. 5 men on the ropes. A deep point, a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a third man and a fine leg, as we have Elton Tucker Jr. bowling his first delivery, and Patel, the anchor of the inning, can't afford to take much risks if your Patel gets a single.
Indeed. In fact, that was a full toss. Maybe under normal circumstance, had it been a different stage of the game, he would have gone for that. But as you said, being the informed batter for this Atlanta Lightning team, he now will have to bat through majority of these overs that will remain. The 13 overs, he needs to get as much. He needs to stay there because this game is still there to be had, providing the Lightning can really get back, because he has a good player in Gary Pear at the other end.
Well, West Indian International Pear facing Tucker Jr. Pear just a late cut, trying to beat that third man. Just to give you an idea of Elton Tucker Jr.'s performances so far, he has bowled 210 deliveries. He's got 9 wickets. Has a maiden already this season. Definitely Mr. Dependable coming from the northern end. And this one is wide and given the treatment, and it's a well-deserved and earned boundary by Pear. Just a little bit of width, Jermaine, and he gave it the works.
Yes, indeed. Short and wide, in the opportunity there for Gary Pear to cash in, and he didn't miss out. We must point out Gary Pear is of a quality whereby he has scored a first-class century already while playing for Trinidad and Tobago. He's primarily a left-arm spinner, but very much a left-arm spin all-rounder.
Tucker Jr. making some adjustments to the left-handed pair. It's driven down the ground. There's a long off there. No run. Sorry, just the long single, as they say. Score goes to 27 for 4. A little bit of a recovery for Fort Lauderdale Lions after just 2 runs and 2 wickets in the fifth over. 6 so far in this one.
Yes, Elton Tucker here. He's a US under-19 player per se. He's one of the young stars of this Lions team, and they would want him to bowl well.
And he's gone after this one. A little bit of air. Patel got under it. Long off the fence. Just the one. One delivery in the 6th over.
Going so far for
so the lefty on lefty, and he drives this one to. Sorry, that one beat the outside part of the edge. Anyway, so at the end of 6 overs, it is 29 for 4.
1, 2, 3.
Well, no surprise. In the 7th over to be bowled, Shamari Brown. 1 over, 2 wickets for 2 runs. But he's bowling to the right-handed anchor himself, Patel, who is 11 not out, only 8 deliveries faced. The opener still in the wicket. And he tried, extra cover had a chance, but it was his slimmest of chances. It was well struck. Just wide of short extra cover, couldn't hang on, and they get a single.
Slimmest of chances, but indeed, it must be noted the person who had that half chance was none other than Danza Hyatt, the former West Indies player. But definitely dying on him just. It was an excellent effort because, it almost what you would refer to in the format, an half chance. And had he gotten under it a bit more, it could have been luck for the Lions.
So Brown, the lefty, to the lefty pair. Roy Silva not happy, making some final adjustments. Yep, in the field. He's moving himself from point, and he's going to go to a short fine leg, a squarish fine leg. Good length delivery. Pair rocking back on foot. 1.
Yes, very good over, very good spell, as one would say, from Shamar Brown here. In his second over, he would have gotten those wickets in his first two. Wasn't an hat-trick, if we may say, but so luckily the Lightning has survived.
Well, after getting Richards out first ball LBW, he has really put them at 31 for 4. Here's Brown. Again, on the back foot is Patel, just sort of squirting it into mid-wicket. And with that deep mid-wicket out there, they come back for a comfortable 2.
Yes, so another opportunity there for Brown to really get the ball pitched up. And, the batsmen are not getting the opportunity to free their arm, which is what Captain Roy Silva would have wanted in bringing on Brown. And not only getting wickets, but he's limiting the run-scoring ability.
He's bowling flat and tight. And this one's just a slight bit of drift.
Ooh.
When they come back and he hits his stumps as an appeal and he's gone. Patel run out with a magical display. He pushed it to cover and with one same Jermaine hit it, and that's the 5th wicket.
Outstanding fielding performance there for the Fort Lauderdale Lions. Patel taking in pushing the point, and there we see it on the replay and taking off. It would have always seen him going to the pavilion, and that's exactly the case.
Well, we talked about the desperation of Fort Lauderdale Lions coming into this game, and they have responded on the field. The energy, the enthusiasm, the bowling, the discipline. And they've now themselves in a favorable position. Good delivery, defensive shot by Patel, certainly a risk, pushed it straight to point, and a direct hit did the business, no chance. And the anchor man Patel gone back in the pavilion, 33 for 5.
They were already on top of the Fort Lauderdale Lions team before now, and that fielding performance, I would have just given them an extra pep in their step. No better feeling than a fielding team to have a direct hit, a run out. It brings the vibes, it brings the energy, and they're definitely now on top of this game as it relates to being 4 wickets, taking 4 of the Atlanta Lightning top batsmen, 5 per se of the Atlanta top batsmen, and they're large and in charge.
So Patel run out for 14. Pair drives. So good things happening once Brown is bowling. Another wicket falling. And his pair driving this ball to long on, just the one. And it's going to give a chance. Looks like it's Shamar Springer. The big hitter has 12 sixes so far this season. A strike rate of 223. The best in the minor leagues. But 34 for 5, Jermaine. Different scenario.
Yes, and what you find, as bad as things may be for the Atlanta Lions, 2 of their arguably better players, the West Indies international in Kari Pair is out there, and the informed Shamar Springer, who is a first-class player from the Caribbean, from Barbados, who is in line. He was a member of the West Indies Under-19 World Cup team. He's in line to definitely play senior cricket for the West Indies. So he's not only informed, this is the partnership that they'll need to get them out of the rut.
Well, here's Tucker Jr. back from the northern end. And it's a full toss, driven, long on out there for protection. Just the one. Tucker Jr., different style to Brown. Brown flat, straight, tight. Tucker Jr. tall figure, but still trying to find that arc, that drift. Maybe not gripping the ball properly. And as consequently, we've seen a couple of full tosses, but because the batters are a little bit more hesitant at this scenario of the game, not putting it away. So, will Shamari Springer cut loose or play defensive? Tucker Jr. back across and sort of cuts it to point. Mentioned earlier, Tucker Jr.'s dad in the crowd today at Broward County Stadium. And well driven away, and it beats point. Will it get to the boundary? It does. Shamar Springer, didn't take him long. His third delivery, and he gets his first boundary.
As you mentioned earlier, Shamar Springer has the best strike rate in the entire league this season. No doubt that he gets the ball away quickly. He's clearly in form. He's clearly, in a rhythm. And this Atlanta Lightning team definitely needs him to come good today for them to move beyond this 5 runs per over to arguably 7 or 8 and get themselves back into the game.
Well, after that beautiful square drive for the boundary, it's Tucker Jr. This one shoved down into the pads. They get one. A lot of protection out on the leg side. A deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. For viewers who can't see the whole field, with Pair, the left-hander, there's a long on, a long off, a deep cover, a deep square leg, and a deep mid-wicket. Punch through the offside, just the one. So when the boundaries are not scoring, they keep looking for these singles, exactly what you want for.
It's an interesting approach. I mean, approach that is needed for 2 batsmen who still getting used to the conditions. Your team is under pressure. You're rotating the strike. Eventually, the bad balls will come.
Tucker Jr., last ball of the 8th. It's a full toss, and Springer got a hold of it, but he found the fieldsman in deep backward square, just the one. So at the end of 8 overs, Atlanta Lightning up against it, 42 for 5.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Ray Silver sticking with the man of the moment. Shamar Brown got 2 wickets in his first, a run out in his second. Why the third, Jermaine?
Yes, I think it's a very good decision there by Roy Silver.
This one played away on the onside, just a little push, and Brown, you can see the desperation. It just amplifies and resembles this Fort Lauderdale Lion sort of profile today.
Yes, so having bowled the 2 overs, Brown, and taking 2 wickets for 7 runs, he's clearly getting the job done. As a captain here, 5 wickets down Atlanta Light, I want to keep the screws on them, so I'm going to bowl him out and see if he can get another wicket or 2.
Beautifully driven by Pear. Deep cover, just the one. But the cricketing shots are there, the square drives, the cover drives. That will pick up the singles. However, as the batters start to get in, do we start seeing more T20 type shots?
Yes, because we're approaching the halfway stage of this innings. 18 overs, we're 8.2 overs in, 44 runs on the board, a strike rate of 5 runs, not where the Lightning want to be.
And Brown just has that ability to just stick, typical left arm orthodox spinner, to shove the ball right down into the pad or that middle and leg region of the right hander. So hard to get away.
Indeed.
Brown again, just not straight again, middle and leg to the righty.
Well work there from Springer. I like the approach for what it is worth though. Springer, 8 runs from 7 balls. He had to take a couple of deliveries to A, get the pace of the innings, and B, get into his rhythm. But so far, both him and Pear are doing a little bit of repair work here.
And Pear comes down the track using his feet. Bit of anticipation by Pear. They think about 2, don't get it. But it shows the urgency of this Atlanta Lightning team against a very, very tight bowler in Brown.
Yeah, and this is why I'm saying they're batting okay at this stage, and relatively okay, as we said, approaching the midway mark. They should have at least 2 or 3 more hitters in the pavilion to come. So they would want to perhaps, do this, run a ball, 6 runs per over, and maybe in the final 3-4 overs, they look to go.
Pear again, almost attacking the thigh pad region of the batter. They get the single, so at the end of 9 overs, Brown does the business again. 5 singles off of it, 47 for 5.
Yeah, 47 for 5, midway mark of this for innings here for the Atlanta Lightning. 5.22.
1, 2, 3.
Back at Broward County Stadium, 9 overs out of the 18 overs. Game reduced after an umpire collapsed after the 4th over. So there was only a 5-over power play. Shamar Brown came on. Roy Silver worked his magic, brought on his strike bowler, and he's now put Atlanta Lightning at 47 for 5 as Hyatt, the former West Indian bowler, bowling his medium pace from the northern end to Springer, and this is a wide delivery.
I think it's safer to say the former West Indian batsman for Hyatt. He's definitely a batsman, but he bowls occasional medium pace. The skipper here, the Sri Lankan, as we said, former international himself, Roy Silva, he sees an opportunity here for Danza to just come and put it in good areas to try and just continue to keep this Lightning team to 1 run per ball.
Hyatt, Springer. Springer just opens the face of the bat, runs it through just past point, between point and cover. So is it that there's a bit of padding now to bring Hyatt on? A bit of safe ground for the medium pacer to come in at 49 for 5? These two batsmen, maybe have a little bit hesitant. Allows Hyatt a chance to come in and settle?
Yes, indeed. That's another good perspective to perhaps get him as a part-timer in.
Hyatt definitely bowling that line and length. Looks like Jermaine, like how you bowl in the nets to batters, try to get them in form. Bowl that line and length. Mm-hmm. And just by first impression, I don't think Hyatt's going to get anybody out unless that batter goes after it and gets himself out.
Very good perspective, because he would have arguably been the fifth bowler here for this Fort Lauderdale Lions team. And with the batsmen under pressure, not yet into any rhythm, it's an opportunity to get in over 2 here from a Hyatt from your fifth bowler per se.
51 for 5. Hyatt to pay. A slower delivery. Almost like a Dwayne Bravo type slower delivery.
Yeah, just keeping it on a length, gentle medium, as we would call it.
The gentlest of mediums.
I'll put it to you, though, all things being equal, if he continues, these batsmen who are quite capable of carry pair, with an international player, as well as Springer, a former West Indies under 19 player, they can get going.
And this one outside off stump. Bit of a flash by Springer. I tell you what, Hyatt, on my fastest day, that's my speed. Hyatt slow ball, just to let you give you an understanding of my medium pace. I look like a spinner in a hurry, basically.
Yeah.
So here's Hyatt again from the northern end. Bowling to pay. Sorry, Springer. Gets the one. No chance of a run out.
Gentle medium. As commentators here per se, and as cricket fans, you'd feel sorry for the batsmen to not yet have the confidence, because this is the type of bowling in this format of the game that you want to be charging. You understand me? So both Carrier Pair here and Springer must be saying, damn, the team shouldn't have been in this position.
Well, here's Hyatt again, and it's a good line, a good length. Like you said, a little bit of hesitancy. There's a long on, a long off, and Hyatt's putting the ball right into the slot. And it's only going to take a little while for Pair and Springer. I'm sure they're going to have a conversation about it now. 53 for 10.
What's up, Dad? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Another bowling change for the Lightning. From the commentary end, Ryan Prasad is going to bowl his right arm off breaks. And it's to the left-handed captain Pair for the Atlanta Lightning. The fielding positions, the men outside the circle, a long on, a long off, a deep cover, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. And that'll be the 5 protecting all in front of square. So here's Ryan Prasad, right arm off breaks from the commentary end. And I take a look at Prasad, use a little bit of wrist there. So we may have our first leggy for the day. It's going to tap the ball just on middle and off or outside. Oop, it's a full to all of it. The first move, see, always an issue with the leg spinner, Jermaine. May get the loosener every so often.
Yes, a welcome boundary it would be for the Atlanta Lightning fans here. Corey Pierre was the batsman who made full opportunity, took full opportunity of that full toss, lifting it over mid-wicket with comfortable ease. A bad delivery on the path of Persad, but has to bring in these fourth and fifth bowlers. He would be hoping that he'll be pitching it the next one better.
So, will he bowl this one short? No, it's another loosener, and he's gotten all of it. Well, I think Ryan Persad likes the shot, Jermaine, because he bowled the ball in the exact same place, exact same length, and the ball has been hit just beyond the goalpost, outside of the fence. We have people tapping the brakes on I-95 as Pierre puts his ball out of the ground.
Yeah, it's a very good shot there again from Pierre, capitalizing this West Indies international player on that loose delivery from Persad. Persad, funny enough, has now rag in his hand, trying to arguably suggest that there's moist in his hand and he's not gripping the ball. He needs to pitch, but it's welcome for Pierre. This would have no doubt built his confidence and the type of innings. Pierre has now moved on to 29 from 20 deliveries.
Florida Highway Patrol have been alerted. Ryan Persad is now bowling a couple of looseners, so traffic is being backed up on the turnpike. Ryan Persad trying to find some line and length. 2 sixes in a row, and Pierre is going to cut loose. He's going after it again, and not one to go after it. It's a good delivery. Got the bottom edge of the bat. Just the one. Persad kicking himself. And he goes to 30 after 21 deliveries.
Yeah, knocking himself. What should have happened, what in an ideal case for that delivery is for him to take a little step up to that delivery, because it did dip on him, so he didn't get the opportunity to free his arm. But if he had the confidence and maybe the form, he would have perhaps just left his crease and he would have gotten another full toss, as the case may be, and gotten a third 6 in a row.
Well, Springer, with the highest strike rate of the minor leagues, faces Persad. Persad bowls what we call the arm ball. No wrist in that one, almost like a medium pace delivery, just to ensure that is not going to be put over the fence.
Somebody told him to keep it flat.
Yes.
No, don't fly it.
Is Persad. Last ball of the 11th. No run. So after 11 overs, 67 for 5 after 2 maximums.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So, just to remind everyone, this game has been shortened to 18 overs. 11 overs have gone, which means 7 remaining. We have Hyatt coming from the northern end, bowling to Pierre, who had 2 sixes in the last over. And this one's beautifully bowled right up into the block hole. Nothing Pierre can do about it.
What the impression you get from Hyatt is that he's twirling his fingers over the deliveries. So, providing you're not going to charge him and get him off rhythm, he's just going to come and land it in an area with, subtle movements of pace and variation.
And this was like a slower delivery. Again, Pierre cannot time it exactly what you want as a bowler. Have the batsman sort of, not second guess, but not middle the ball. Long single. 68 for 5.
Yeah, and putting that 68 for 5 in context is that they're currently at 6 runs per over. Arguably, they would want to feel comfortable by getting 8 runs per over by the end of this innings.
Again, good delivery by Hyatt. Taking advantage of Springer and Pear. Understanding that these two have to anchor the innings now, can't take any risks. And Hyatt just bowling a steady line and length and not concerned about giving up the singles, just concerned about giving up boundaries. Hyatt to Pear. Down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide.
So you see, a part-timer like Hyatt, he's fortunate to be coming in at this stage where the batsmen haven't found a rhythm, has not necessarily been in the groove, and he has now bowled a wide delivery. It's arguably, maybe some would say, tiring this in the second over. So his concentration will be waning. Now is the time for a batsman to charge him, per se.
It's a slower delivery again, right up into the block hole. Applause by Zachary Satur. The wicketkeeper has to feel up to the stumps and medium pacer. Always a thankless task. Just to give the viewers a reminder, a long on, a long off, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and a deep cover. The men on the boundary. Hyatt to Pear. A little bit quicker, a little bit zippier, but on the legs, gives up a single.
Yes, this is the type of over that Captain Roy Silva, as we say, the former Sri Lankan international, would want for this Fort Lauderdale Lions team. Hyatt has just conceded 3 runs of 5 deliveries so far. Definitely keeping the screws on this Atlanta team. Their run rate has now fallen below 6 to 5.9 at 70 for 5. So Fort Lauderdale still continue to be on top of this encounter.
Last ball of the 12th over. Again up in the block hole, and they squeeze out a single. So at the end of 12 overs, 6 overs remaining, 71 for 5.
Yes. Also,
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Thirteenth over, Ryan Prasad, who's hit for 2 sixes in his last over from the commentary end, going up the hill to Shamar Springer. This one's down the leg side, is a half appeal. I think as soon as it hit his pad, he sort of realized too far down the leg side.
It's important we must understand the context of this game here. Yes, definitely not a shout there. Missed out, you'd want to say, from Springer.
Prasad. Springer's down the ground, goes after it, and he's gone for it, and it's a maximum
shot.
Beautiful footwork by Shamar Springer. And like you said, Jermaine, in between overs, looks like these two are going to start taking the attack to their bowlers.
Yes, they definitely need to, because if it were a 20 overs game, the last 5 to 6 would be, the back power play period whereby you go helter skelter. They have a few wickets in the shed, 5 wickets to be exact. So you get the impression at least another 2 or 3 quality hitters may be there. So one of these players, if not both, need to start going with the opportunity to know that 5.4 overs remain. They need to get the score rate up.
Prasad, this one is at the toes of Springer. He gets a single. And Prasad is being roughed up, Jermaine. You think just too much flight? Does he need to get it flatter? What recommendations you have?
He has come down a bit better from his opening deliveries, which he pointed out could have been because he wasn't gripping the ball. But yes, keeping it flat at this stage where the batsmen are looking to open up.
Well, speaking of flats and Satur having a nightmare there, that was a delivery that just about any wicketkeeper in the world would have given up. So it looks like, was that 4 byes or 4 wides? 4 wides, confirmation, yep.
Poor line there from, as the case may be, Persard. What would have happened to the right-hander? That should have been an outstanding delivery, but the left-hander definitely off range, gave the keeper a hell of a time, and he missed it.
But you can see him grip the ball and try to be tighter. Is that because of Springer's sixes
and
pairs?
because of the pressure of the scenario whereby his captain wants him to keep the scoring low?
And he's going after this one with the spin. Doesn't get a hold of it. Long on is there. And Persard, every so often, like that one, will bowl a beauty. But so far, what we've seen from this spell, too many loose deliveries. Persard was now going to line up. Sorry, Jermaine. Persard is going to line up with Springer now, the righty. Long on, long off, deep cover. And he's going after it. Long off is coming across and takes the catch. Persard gets his man, and what leg spinners do, draw batters into the shot, and it worked out perfectly.
Yes, and for what it is worth, Springer, the most informed batsman for this Atlanta Lightning team, and as we said, the best strike rate in the league. He had to be one of the 2 players who were going to try to get runs here, get boundaries to try and get the score rate for the Lightning team. That delivery was flighted, arguably in the arc there to lift over the top, but he just did not get enough bat on it. The fielder here on the boundary just coming in a bit, and eventually turned out to be, a chest-high easy catch, but a little bit more bat on that could have taken it over his head and would have been the exact situation that Atlanta would have wanted.
Well, it was that part of the game where the batters have to go for it. Persard, good flighted delivery, good line, good length, and good catch by the long-off fieldsman. Exactly what Fort Lauderdale Lions needed, because Springer and Pair are so dangerous as a combination, righty-lefty power hitters. Now, 84 for 6, excuse me. And we have Hines coming in to replace Shamar Springer. He departs 84 for 6, 1 delivery remaining in the 13th over.
But as we had pointed out prior to that dismissal, the batsmen had to now stop throwing caution to the wind per se and had to try to go at the bowling. They are currently did that. They got 2 boundaries in the over prior to now. They are now to a run rate of 6.5. They want, as we argued, to get a run rate of 8. If you get a run rate of 8, that is defendable for your bowlers. You feel like you can make a mistake, and during different periods of the game, it will ebb and flow. But you can defend 8 runs per over. At the current 6.5, it's a little bit still in Fort Lauderdale Lions' favor, where the final total is going to be.
Let's not overestimate or underestimate the fact that 6 wickets are down. So you can take chances, but how many chances can you take till you get to the tail?
Right, that is it now. The only person can answer that would be the coaching staff / the Atlanta team. They must know what their final 4 wickets are capable of doing. But you get the impression T20 game, at least another 1 or 2 hitters should be there who are capable with the bat.
So Persard is going to bowl the last ball of the 13th. Remember, only 18 overs in this shortened format. And that is a perfect line and length. Just on leg stump with the turn, it turns into a brilliant delivery. And at the end of 13, 85 for 6. So, the captain himself is going to do the business. Roy Silva coming on from the northern end, coming down the hill to bowl some slow medium pacers. His field to the left-handed batter. Sorry, just to confirm, Hines is a right-handed batter. Will be a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, long off, and a deep cover. Its protection. Silver to Hines, and Hines jogs, and so it goes past the.
Must be noted, Hines here. He's a first-class cricketer from the West Indies. He would have played for Trinidad 10 first-class games. He also plays for the Trinbago Night Riders in the CPL.
And this one is played onto the right-hand side. Get a single. So, high mark. 86 for 6. Roy Silver, captain, Williams. I'm guessing he's going to show us with Hyatt.
But just to finish up on Terence Hines, as a first-class cricketer from Trinidad, he would have played in the CPL for Trinbago Night Riders. He's primarily a bowler, but definitely handle himself with them.
The danger man is the captain. Stealing in response since he's come in here himself in maximum stealing an innings.
34 now on the board. Is an arguably okay, a park batsman at 2011. He would want though to 50 to get his to a big total.
Roy Silver bowls a beautiful Yorker. Dug out by Hines. Turned his bat into a shovel.
Yes, so Carey Pierre definitely being a cleaner captain in it, because at 6.37 they're still in the game here with 4.2 overs to go.
And it's a slow delivery again right into the block hole, but the change of pace doesn't allow Hines to get a hold of it or to go after it. Score 88 for 6, just one ball remaining in the 14th.
Yes, Hines there, you can see that he's a power hitter. He's a big hitting player. He wants to free his arm, as we saw from the first delivery, but he has not been able to do so.
That's a beautiful delivery. This one flatter. And a fantastic first over by Roy Silver. Only 3 runs off it. 14 overs gone. 88 for 6.
1, 2, 3.
Ryan Prasad coming back in again to bowl the 15th over. His last delivery was a wicket caught at long off, the prize wicket of Shamar Springer. Any surprise the leg spinner came back on?
It can be an okay situation because the batsmen have to go, and when you have to go, you create more chances and for the bowler more wicket taking abilities. So providing that he's now in his third over per side, you feel like he's gotten his rhythm, gotten his grip on the ball, and if he can put it into the right spots.
Here's Prasad now to pair. Oh, and he's gone after it. This is high and in the air. A maximum. You can hear the horns going off, and that's not because of lightning or thunder. That is the captain, Pierre, launching this one into orbit.
Yes, good to hear the cheering fans there, welcoming that boundary there from Akari Pierre. Turned out to be a full toss, turned out to be a delivery, again not being gripped properly by Persard. And Pierre, in the type of rhythm that he's now on 40 from 29 deliveries. He's not going to miss out on that one. So for what it is worth, Persard needs to be able to can pitch these deliveries much better. He continues to wipe his hands on his trousers. Let's hope for a Lions point of view, for their supporters, he can get a better grip.
Well, Persad's first game of the season, his debut game, has been expensive despite getting that wicket. It's a shorter delivery. It's well bowled and cut away. Come back for a single. The umpire at point for the left-hander. had to get out of the way. Just to remind everyone, we had the incident collapsed after the fourth over. There was a long stoppage. As a result, the game shortened to 18 overs, a 5-over power play. And we have Ryan Prasad bowling the 15th over, 96 for 6. And Hines, the righty faces. Beautiful delivery. That was a delivery worthy of Test cricket.
Yes, well flighted there, pitching on leg stump as the case may be, not allowing at a good pace, not allowing the batsman there to get under it to be able to go after it. He just had to block.
Oh, he's gone after it. He just chips into it and lifts it over. Short extra. Beautiful cricketing shot by Hines. Gets one.
Another a good tossed-up delivery there from Purser. As I'm saying, I would have stayed as Roy Silva did with him for this over. Yes, he has gone for 9 runs with one loose delivery, but still a wicket-taking option with a delivery to go.
To the left-handed pair. Pair comes across and swipes, and it's gone between mid-wicket and square leg, but mid-wicket saves it. Brilliant piece of fielding out there.
And those are the type of feeling that you'd want as a bowler, as a team in a period like this. That would have been 4 runs on the card, but well sprinted around, tucked in, going beyond the boundary, but came back in. As a matter of fact, assisted by one of his fellow teammates. And the Lions were able to save 3 runs there.
15 overs gone, 98 for 6.
My son, he's so soft-spoken.
Oh, yeah!
Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Ryan Prasad. And then we have Roy Silva, who can do just about everything. He can bat, he can bowl, he can captain, he can field, he can do your taxes, he can sell you a house. He is a superhero in cricket clothing.
Yes, the Sri Lankan international. I looked at his stats. He played 2 T20s. Quite a cricketing mind, Roy Silva. At 42 years old, he is a good find for the Fort Lauderdale Lions in terms of captaining this team that has a mixture of experienced players and youth. It must be noted as well, the Fort Lions team has rested for this game. Another former West Indies international, the pacer Adam Sanford. He played the first couple. Lost 5 matches, only winning 2 of their 7, half their campaign. So they have brought in, it seems to be, some new faces, relatively Danza Hyatt, the leg spinner here, Prasad. You know, they're trying to give themselves a second opportunity. And you get the impression if they're over the course of their next 7 games, this included, if they were to go on a winning run, they would be right up there for at least second place position in the division, thus qualifying as one of the 2 teams to the conference playoffs, which is nationals.
Well, the Fort Lauderdale Lions, we mentioned before this game, their last stand this weekend at home in Broward County Stadium. Doing the business so far, 98 for 6 after 15. They won the toss, made the most of the conditions, put the pressure on Atlanta Lightning, got 2 early wickets, really sort of quieted down the run rate because those wickets fell, and they've held the pressure up on the batting team. So there's been a slight stoppage in play. Players getting some water, an H2O break, we call it.
Yes, but looking at the state of the game as it relates to with the 3 overs remaining /18 balls, you'd at a run rate of 6.5, Atlanta at 98 for 6. If they were to get another, fortunately enough, 8 to 10 runs per over, they would carry their run rate up to about 7, thereabout, which again, just below par, because you want ideally 8 runs per over to be defending, but at 7 runs per over, your bowlers can get a good early start and you can get on top quickly. But as it relates, they still have, as I say, 18 balls. If they were to get off and get, say, 12, 15 runs per over, it carries them closer to 8 runs per over, which carries them close to the 120, 130 region. For what it is worth, it's an interesting position. The batsmen will have to come out of their play, out of their character to get Atlanta to above par score. But just keeping it as it is, Carey Pierre on 42 and Hines on 2, they're in a decent position.
So the opening bowler, Mohammed, who came from the commentary and is coming from the northern end, the left arm spinner, to pair, and it's beautifully bowled, picks up right where he left off. Off stump, tight, not much the left-hander can do about it. And the fielders on the boundary, I'll let you know after this delivery. Again, just outside off stump, flat as can be. A deep cover, long off, long on, deep square leg and a deep mid. And goes after this one, it's high in the air, and it's gone for 6. Just what the doctor ordered for this Atlanta Lightning team. Jermaine was talking about getting the run rate up to at least 12 or so to make us a good score to bounce back in the 18 overs. And the captain pair gets under this one and gets a maximum.
Yes, a little bit tossed up there from Mohammed, right in the arc, the hitting arc for Carey Pierre. He's not going to miss out on that one. This is a guy here who has a first-class century and presented the West Indies T20 Internationals, Carey Pierre. So he cashed in beautifully there for the Atlanta Lightning and getting 6 deserved runs.
And he's going after it again. And that's going to be his 5th day, would it be? No, he's out. Caught at the boundary. You can see the despair in his face, the captain. And Mohammed gets the breakthrough. He tried to pull it outside off stump, tried to get it over mid-wicket, and right down Glenn's throat.
Yes, he tried to almost repeat the shot that he did earlier, but for credit to the bowler, that one hung a little bit more in the air. It didn't reach him in time, so he had to stretch. Hence the stretching, he didn't get a full hold of the ball regarding his bat, and out in the deep, he just didn't have the legs to clear the boundary.
Well, he certainly got under it. There's a time where we were just staring up in the air to see if this ball was going to carry. It didn't. Glenn held on. Good catch in the deep. And that now takes us to 104 for 7. Just to let you know, give you an idea, 8 runs and over at 18 overs is 144. They're 40 off of the pace with 2 overs to go. Not likely to get that 8-run mark.
No, I mean, it's going to be a challenge here with actually 2.2 runs per over. You'd have to have a big, powerful hitter at the back end who definitely gets in from the get-go. But providing they don't get to the 144, the par score, they can get to 120, 130. 7 runs per over average is still defendable.
Basically, you'll have to be bowling from both ends, Jermaine, for them to get the 144.
Yeah, indeed, at this stage.
Here's Mohammed bowling into Matani. Matani tries to turn it. You can see the type of shot, but it's going to be a wide delivery. So Mohammed trying his best to sort of be flat down towards that leg and middle leg stump. This time he goes outside of stump. Matani drives this one and he gets a 4. Didn't look graceful, but nonetheless, same 4 runs. Matani's off the mark.
Yes, well, I mean, fortunate boundary for him. Didn't get a lot of a hold on the ball, the bottom of the bat, as we would say, but he did find the gap, which is the most important thing. 4 welcome runs on the part of the Lightning, who will accept any boundary they get at this stage.
Just a quick adjustment there. That was Hines. Our mistake in the booth there was not Matani. Here's Mohammed to Hines. And he tightens up that line, tightens up that length. He gets applause by Satura, the wicketkeeper. So, the end of 16, only 2 overs remaining, 109 for 7.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So, 2 overs remaining. Guess who bowls is second to last? Mr. Trouble himself, Shamari Brown, has done everything right so far, coming from the commentary end. Bowling to the new batter, Matani. Again, tight line, tight length. Nothing much the batter can do with it. Gets 1.
Yes, and what we're seeing here from Captain Roy Silva is that in a 18-over game, maybe I believe it's 3 bowlers now should be able to can bowl 4, and the other 2 bowlers both 3 maximum. So he's taking Brown to bowl his quota of 4 as the most economical so far and successful at 2 wickets for 13 runs.
Oh, he's going after this one. Inside out, over extra cover. And that is a beautiful, well-struck 6 by Hines.
Yes, Hines demonstrating there that he's quite capable with the bat. As we said, playing for the Trinidad Eagles 9 Writers in the CPL. He's really a bowling all-rounder, but showing like a shimmy there, backing off the leg, and then hitting inside, out, over cover. It doesn't get better than that.
Well, you have to do something to throw Brown off of his line and length. He's been so tight. The first time he's given a little bit of drift, a little bit of arc, and Hines gave himself room and gave himself a maximum. 116 for 7.
Mm-hmm.
Brown, Hines, again the shimmy, and again he pushes it through cover. Brown followed in this time, just the 1.
Very, very good comeback there from Brown, as you rightly pointed out. Followed him down the leg, so he didn't get the room to get under and arguably go over cover. So what he did was to make the adjustment and just ran it through the cover region.
So Matani,
bowling.
Yep, he's been fantastic. 20. I mean, he's been roughed up so far with 8 runs in his first 3 balls, but his figures are still 20 for 2 of 3.3. Bowling to Matani. And the reverse sweep is there. No one out there. Beautiful shot by Matani. Improvisation at its best. They stop the boundary. Will they come back for 2? No, Matani loses his footing. T20 cricket at its best, Jermaine.
Yes, very, very, very good challenge here. Competition we're seeing between Brown and the tail-enders here. I mean, not the tail-ender, because Hines, I'm sure, having played that overcover shot for 6, so definitely that tail-ender. But both players at the back at the end, Matani, for what it is worth.
Brown, he's given up 10 so far in just 4 deliveries. And this is a well-bowled delivery. Back to his line and length. Tight on leg stump. And they get a long single. So it goes now to 119 for 7.
Yeah, so this is a good, arguably, comeback in the latter stages of this innings here from the Lightning. They are now up to 7 runs per over. Just below par, 8 runs, but doing well.
And Brown wraps up his spell with a beautiful delivery. So, after 17 overs, 1 over remaining, 120 for 7.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
We are back. Broward County Stadium. Game reduced to 18 overs. And this is the 18th over. And the very conservative, very stingy, as we say, Vinakota, coming from the northern end, coming down the hill, bowling the last 6 deliveries of the Atlanta Lightning innings. Bowling to the number 9, Matani, who's 4 not out. I'm sure the Lightning would love to have Hines on strike. That's Vinakota has up his sleeve. Oh, and Matani trying to run it. Single, and out. Did he make it?
Out. Out.
Well, he's walking straight to the dressing room.
Yes.
The ball went straight through to Mature, and a fantastic bit of fielding by the wicketkeeper has run out Hines. Absolute desperation.
And I would want to be able to say uncalled for at that stage. I mean, it's still first ball of the final over. Yes, you want to get the more informed Terence Hines on strike, but you totally missed that delivery. The keeper, he's not that far behind. He made a clean collect. All he had to do was what he did. Just lean forward and aim at middle stump.
It's one thing if Malcolm Marshall was bowling, but this is a medium pacer, and the keeper is about 10 steps behind. He's right there, middle stump, run out. Hines runs straight back to the pavilion, and I'm sure his coach is waiting for him with a bat in the dressing room.
I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if I blame Hines here, because the player who comes in, Matani, he's the person who just, took off.
Well, I have to blame Hines here. That is Hines' end. He has to make the call. So I think he's gonna kick himself when he goes back into the dressing room.
He should have turned back. Worst case scenario, the fact that he's the better player, the more informed, he should have. It's his end. He should have turned back Matani there.
Yep. So we're well into the tail end here now, and we have Chenchu coming in at number 10, exactly what the Fort Lauderdale Lions wanted. 5 deliveries to go. Number 9 and number 10 in the wicket. 120 for 8. 5 deliveries by Vinakota remaining.
Yes. Wow. What a game we have here.
Long off, long on. Vinakota goes after it and got an inside edge. Deep backward squares there. Long single.
Yes. And I'm saying what a game, because currently at 6.99, 6.98 now after that delivery, roughly 7 runs per over, Atlanta has made almost a game of the contest, even though they lost those early wickets, notwithstanding, because as we say, in this format of the game, if you can, the par is 7, it is 8. If you get 7 runs per over, it's defendable. You'll have to bowl tight, yes, but defendable.
Oh, and he's got a wide delivery, and they may get 2 from it.
There you go, a wide delivery, and the bowler is trying to suggest to the umpire that it was just inside the line, but no, anybody with an objective eye would see that that is wide off the wicket, and the keeper, for what it is worth, who did so well with that run up before, missed that one and a potential run out opportunity, because again the batsman took off the moment the ball passed.
So, and this one's squirted away by Chenchu, and he's out. Straight to backward point. Chenchu opening the face of the bat and just trying to punch it. But he found backward point, the safe hands. That is the number 17. Just to confirm, Masood Mohammed taking a good catch. Vinakota makes the breakthrough.
Yes, very, very, very good bowling there from Vinatu. He definitely pitched that one up in the area whereby the batsman had to stretch, reach for it. Turned out to be an easy dismissal in the end. It's a type of wicket that the Fort Lauderdale Lions would want at this stage, to not allow the run to go beyond 7 that it is. 123 for 9 is a competitive total. So both teams are still just keeping it within the realms of being competitive.
Well, 7 runs and over will be 126. So that's what you would want. They'll be aiming for to at least defend. But guess who comes in? Number 11, McNally. Vinakota. We talked about as tight as can be. He's already given up 2 wide, so that's his quota for the rest of the season, because that's how tight of a bowler he is. It's going to come into bowl to number 11. Give everyone an idea of the fielders on the boundary. We have a 3rd man, a deep cover on the offside. On the onside, there's a long off as well. So I see 3 on the offside. On the onside is a deep backward square and a long on for the 5 players outside of the circle. So, last 3 deliveries. Vinakota to McNally. Well bowled, as what you would expect from a top-class bowler to a number 11 batsman.
Yes, the opening pacer here for the Florida Lions, for Lauderdale Lions per se, taking 2 wickets so far for 20. Clearly good line and length there. The number 11, we'd call it Jack in the game. He didn't read that one. We're a little bit slower, but definitely just outside off.
So, 2 deliveries remaining. And he's down the wicket and it beats him. And the umpire is going to call a wide. I think this one, I think, is a little bit harsh. A good delivery, usually you get dot balls. You bowl that Yorker just outside of stump. The batter comes down the wicket. Let's see how far outside of stump. Well, maybe the umpire does have a case.
Yes, he does have a case.
That was a little too wide. Yep.
It's out of the channel line there. But certainly this McNally looks like a jack. He doesn't look as if he's going to get the bat on the ball anytime soon.
And you
here.
want Vinakota to test the batsman on number 11, put it right onto him, let him make the shot. And he does the best shot in the book, a French cut. And will it go to the boundary? It does. The number 11 works his magic. And he French cuts this one to fine leg for 4. And Vinakota, hands on hips, goes back to his mark. It's better to be lucky than good.
Yes, Neve McNally there, definitely getting the inside edge. Not anywhere near that delivery to play the shot, but fortunately for him.
So a boundary on the second to last delivery. That takes us to 7 runs and over. Just over 7 runs. 128 for 9. Can they add to it? Again, the inside part of the bat. And they're going to come back for 2 no matter what. Will he get there?
Batter stopped.
And the umpire says he's safe. So 2 runs have scored off the last delivery. 130 for 9 after 18. You think that's enough, Jermaine?
7.22. Good question. If it's enough. On average, a 7 runs total, 7 runs per over total gives the fielding team, you understand me? The batting team, as the case may be here, an opportunity to, when they field, to bowl accurate and tight.
Quick look at the scorecard. Mark Parchment held out to mid-on off Vinakota. Sagar Patel was run out. Beautiful side-on throw. Hanshad Hamilton bowled, played on Hamid Chanaria. Heath Richards, LB down, first 5. Duck as a batsman scores this. What do you think about Pear and Springer?
Yes, Pear and Springer did excellent. I mean, they are the one who brought back the Atlanta Lightning into this fixture because they were definitely down with 30 odd runs and 4 wickets down, but played a masterful innings. 48 of 35, should have gotten a 50, would have been deserved. Springer, as we say, the top run striker in the league here. He came in, he made 20 of 19, but that partnership allowed the Lightning to move from 4 runs per over, within which they were averaging, to about 6. And in the latter half, we saw Mantani coming in and bringing up the total to 130.
Well, the bowling figures, the opening bowler, the left-arm spinner, Masood Mohammed, 3 overs, 2 for 14, just 4.67 runs and over. Very economical. Vinakota, that last over was very expensive. He ended up with 9 runs and over off of his 3. Pick up the bowlers for you?
Yes. It is interesting. At the beginning, you had the Mohammed Masood, who, because they did so well up top, to have it at 32 for 4, he took 2 wickets. And in the middle, though, Shamari Brown would have been very impressed. I was very impressed with him because every time Atlanta tried to get loose, he kept them back. So he, for me, would have done well with his 2 wickets up, his 4 overs.
Some of the boundaries of today's broadcast, we see a beautiful square drive, the captain. And here's Pierre again, and it's going to be a maximum off of Ryan, of Prasad. And no doubt in any cricket ground. And Prasad coming around the wickets, same result. Pierre with another 6, and he really held the innings together. Captain's knock. Eventually got caught out for 48. But how vital was that knock by the captain?
Yeah, man. Very, very, very well done. Because, as I say, at 32 for 4, the middle order was being exposed and the lower order was there for the taking. And the Lions at that stage would have felt, yes, we could have gotten them for maybe 5 runs per over, total of maybe 90 or 80. But Carey Pear did stick in, started off a bit slow, got the singles, but as soon as the delivery was loosed, he latched on. And that is important. That shows you a class player. As we say, West Indies international in his own right. In fact, in line, will go to the T20 World Cup, providing he gets to play a couple more series before that. But Carey Pear did well, 48 runs to bring the Lightning in to an opportunity whereby they can get a victory.
So 130 for 9. It's just above 7 runs and over. We are here at Broward County Stadium in Fort Lauderdale. Just taking a look at some of the wickets. Vinakota to start us off. And Parchment held out to mid-on. It was Brown with the catch. And then we have Mohammed. We have Hamilton chopping the ball onto his stumps. And that put the team under pressure and put the Lions in the driver's seat. Then Brown started his onslaught. Perfect line and length. And then that was a flat delivery.
Seems to be an arm ball as well.
Yep. And then Richards came in and look at the beautiful flighted arc LBW first
Yes,
delivery.
indeed. Almost again seems to be an arm ball. Just carrying on.
Yep.
And hitting middle stump there all the way up.
So Brown continued.
Had a shot for the hat-trick but didn't get it.
And the run out there was just fantastic. Look at the excitement. Passad, he was hit around for a couple of boundaries, but finally got his man at long off. Good catch by Kiran rather. Here's Mohammed towards the end. And this was a key wicket pair on the go. The captain caught a deep mid wicket for 48. And that swiftly put the tide back into Fort Lauderdale Lions' feet.
Indeed. And there is a comical run out. I know we're near delivery and too close. McNally came towards it, worked out. Being caught there was the number 10.
So 130 for 9. We'll be back shortly for the Fort Lauderdale Lions to chase after that total. My name is Ryan Davis for Jermaine Lanneman. We'll be back in only a couple of minutes for the second innings.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Welcome back to the Broward County Stadium in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. My name is Ryan Davis. Joining me is Jimmy Lanneman. Toyota Minor League Cricket 2022 presented by Sunoco. Visitors Atlanta Hines losing the toss, put into bat, came up with 130 for 9 after a shortened 18-over innings due to an umpire collapsing on the field. The umpire is safe. He's in a hospital right now. We can assure you that he is alive. However, game shortened to 18 overs, and now Fort Lauderdale Lions, who really this is their last stand to get back into this playoff race, have a chance to chase 130 for 9. Captain Roy Silver batting, who's on the non-strikers end, and the opening batter is going to be Zachary Satur, the wicketkeeper. He's going to be on the strikers end, facing the first delivery. And looks like the opening bowler for the Atlanta Lions is McNally. He batted number 11 in the innings, and he's taking first strike to bowl Satur.
Just quickly to put the game into context for those who may be joining the minor league cricket championship here in its fourth round per se this season, and these teams have been not, especially for all of the Lions, they have been struggling this season. They have played 7 games. They have a total of 40 matches to play in the preliminary round. They have lost 5 and won 2. For them to qualify for the playoffs as one of the 2 teams from this zone of 5 teams, they need to go on a winning run. So the Atlanta Lightning, though, they have 3 wins.
McNally's first delivery outside of stump. Slight glance at the umpire. No wide call. Just to give the viewers an understanding, only 2 players outside the circle in the first 6 overs, which we call the power play. And those 2 fielders will be a deep backward square and a third man.
Yeah, just as to stand corrected, the Atlanta Lightning, they have played 3 matches and have won 2 and lost 1. But they have 14 to go. They have 14 to play.
McNally from the commentary end. This one is on Milanoff. No run. But just to correct what I said earlier on, actually because of the shortened version of the game, we reduced to 18 overs. There's only going to be a 5-over power play. Again, deep backward square and a third man are the only 2 players outside of the restrictive circle as McNally comes up the hill from the commentary end. Just a defensive push was all that's needed. They get the single. And the captain himself, Roy Silver, who's been the star of the show. Here's the highlight again. Good delivery by McNally. You know, it's always good to see a bowler who does not even bowl a loosener.
The left arm seamer, he tends to genuinely travel batsmen. He's from Jamaica, by the way. He would have been around the Jamaica national team for first class games, but he has come here in America and he's playing in the leagues and he's making an impression.
Well, he's going to have his sternest test yet as he bowls to the ex-Sri Lankan international, Roy Silva. So he's on the pads, just sort of glanced, a half glance, half on drive. Bottom of the bat, no run.
And indeed, what would happen now regarding this game is that the action to begin was 7.4. You'd want to feel as if both teams, the fielding team would feel as if they can definitely ditch the Atlanta Lightning. They feel that they can defend this total. But no doubt the Lions feel as if we can get it.
McNally. Outside of stump and no. Roy Silva maintains his stand. Asks the umpire, what are we doing here?
Yes, indeed. But as we look at the replay here a little bit, pitched wide of the crease, it's going to be a challenge providing McNally doesn't get his range in better stead, because Silva is a good player.
That he is. As you can see, he steps into this one and hits him right over mid-off for 6. You talked about how good Roy Silva is. McNally just made one little error and pitched it up. As a result, a maximum.
Wow, what a shot. That is international standard. Pitched up and just held in his form, playing through the delivery and lifting it over the top. That should have been 6 on any boundary around the world. Well played to Roy Silva.
Correct. What a way to finish the first over. 7 without loss.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
All right, welcome back. Broward County Stadium. After 1 over, 7 without loss. Roy Silva hit a maximum over mid-off. And Satur, the wicketkeeper, will face the captain, Carey Pay, for West Indian left.
Yes, that's quite rightly so. This would have been their trump. He definitely did 48 runs in the innings to get them to this competitive total. And now he'll no doubt Carey Pay will be trying to do same with the ball. To be the leader, not only as in terms of the captain, but in terms of performance.
Is Pay to Satur. And Satur turns this one off his legs down to deep backward square. Just the one. What's your thoughts on the openers? 130 for 9, off 18, just over 7 runs and over. You think you just kind of play your natural game, or do you have to go outside of your personality to get that total?
Especially for the first half of the innings, the first 9 overs, you'd only need, invariably, a runner ball. You need to keep it within 6, 7. Yes, it may go up to just about 8. Just so you want maybe just over a runner ball, maybe 1.5, maybe 2 runs to be comfortable.
Pay another great delivery and well played. Rocks right back on his back foot, Silva. Excellent bounce by Pay.
Just to answer your question, 6 or 7 runs per over is the required. So they just need to be able to just be rotating the strike, especially in the first half of the innings.
It's a loose delivery and Silva can't get the most of it. Hit the bottom of the bat to cover. And can't tell you enough how important the captain is for this team, the Lions. Roy Silva, he has to maintain his position out in the middle. Can't take too many chances. Beautiful stop at backward point. And it's the fast bowler McNally. Bit of a grimace going towards the hip area. Saved a certain boundary.
But this is a good contest here. We see the current West Indies international career at T20 national. The former Sri Lankan T20 international. Quality bowler, quality batsman. And so far, that was a little bit short, a little bit wide. Silva opened up, tried to cut it. Had it past that field out point, it would have been definitely a 4. Well fielded by McNally.
Pairs closer to the legs of Satur, turns it around, gets 1. Keep it ticking, no boundaries. Try avoid dot balls if you're the batter. Get singles, and of course the loose balls, put it away.
Right, so this at the moment...
1, 2, 3.
So, change of bowling from the commentary end. McNally's off. He had a diving stop, but he hurt his hip just 2 deliveries ago. And we're going to have the Matani, the number 10 batter for Atlanta Lightning. He's going to come to bowl from the commentary end, going up the hill. Looks to be the 2 men on the boundary, a long on and a deep mid wicket. Oh, and that was between bat and pad for Satur. His feet nowhere near that delivery. And Satur turns this one around, just sort of whips it off of his toes, gets 1. And you can see the support, hear the support with the horns from the Fort Lauderdale Lions and the Atlanta Lightning supporters.
What is noticeable as well from the captain pair is he has changed McNally and brought on the spinner Matani. To perhaps McNally was a little bit loose. He was a little bit all over the place, we would say. But what it is worth, he's hoping that Matani can keep it tight and reduce the scoring opportunities as we see Silva and others cashed into the first over.
Matani around the wicket to Silva. Silva cuts. Good defensive bowling by Matani.
Yes, off spinner at this stage would as per a left finger spinner, definitely. Once you're good, you can keep it tight.
Yep. Silva trying to make some room, and he does that, and he beats mid off, and it's going to be a second boundary. Did not middle it, but just enough to get over mid off.
And I would say that show you, if I may say, the class of a player. No doubt he's an international player past, but there he wasn't to the pitch of the delivery, but because his form was so good, he was able to do what he initially wanted to do, was to just get it over the top, over the infield, and in the end, valuable runs.
Just incredible judgment by Silva, like you said, not to the pitch of the ball, but just played through the line, and because of the restrictions, 4 more. This one is short, and he cuts us away. That's another one. Matani pitched up the last one. He was hit over mid-off for 4. He tried to drop this one short. Silva stepped into it.
Silva adjusted. Silva stepping back, giving himself room and freeing his arms right through the cover point region. Excellent shot again. Top notch.
Well, we're seeing one of the best in minor league cricket occupy the crease. Silva 15 not out. And the captain looks like he's going to deliver a captain's knock to go after that 130 for 9 after just 18 overs. And again, he's gone, and it's 3 in a row. Matani in a bit of trouble here. This time he flighted it. Silva got to the pitch, put his arms through it, like you said, Jermaine. And the rest was a boundary.
Yes, clearly the captain would have been scratching his head out there now. I mean, why did I bring on this bowler at this point in stage? Why did I bring on Matani? Because he has certainly served up some boundary deliveries, and he took advantage of it. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, over number 4, 3 overs gone, 23 without loss. Hines, the new bowler, coming down the hill from the northern end. And Satours down the leg side, immediate wide by the umpires. You can see the very definitive decision by the umpire. You go down the leg side, it's a wide. On the offside, however, there seems to be a little bit of indecisiveness by the umpires, whether it's a wide or not.
Right, indeed. But noticeably as well, in terms of the change that has been made, Terence Hines, who is another a Trinidadian, he plays for the Trinbago Knight Riders in the CPL. He has played first-class cricket as well. He's now into the mix here, having replaced Pierre at the top end.
So 4 overs. This is the 4th over. We have had 4 separate bowlers. So Pierre just shuffling his bowlers. Not sure if to have the batters off balance in the first 5 overs of the power play. Not have them sort of get any sort of acclimatized to the bowlers.
It's interesting as well, as I may also believe Pierre having bowled well in that over prior to this one being bowled by Hines from that end. Knowing Matani, it has to be changed at this lower end. I'm wondering if he may come from the southern end.
Good thinking. Hines. This one is right up onto the hips, just above middle stump. Get the single, 25. But it gives the strike to Roy Silva, 19 off of 10.
Yes, quite good going there on the part of Silva. Satour, for what it is worth, is doing his role. He's rotating the strike and giving the more experienced, the international Sri Lankan per se, the opportunity to cash in on any loose deliveries, which he has done well so far.
I'm sure Roy Silva, the captain, probably said, you just play within your personality and let me do my personality. And we're seeing the results. And this one is full, driven back past the bowler. Looks like he got a hand to it.
He did.
Took the sting off of it. Well, he felt the sting, but he took the sting off the ball. Run.
Yes, good delivery there. Good combat delivery from Hines, as we say. Quality, capable enough player. If you can play the CPL, Trinbago Knight Riders, perennial champions of the Caribbean Premier League, he's a member of that organization. So for him to be in this Atlanta Lightning team is very well, and they will need him to bowl well for them to stay in this game.
Hines to Silva. This one is full. Let's appeal for BW. And the umpire says not out.
Immediate decision from the umpire, not out. He's saying that's one going down the leg side.
Just want to see the angle of the delivery. Yep, tailing down the leg side. Easy call for the umpire. Disheartening for the bowler, but you can understand for the quick.
The recent decision, it shows that as umpire, you have quickly summed up the situation, and the players respect that in an umpire who is very decisive.
But let's understand, it is a thankless job. It happens so quickly. Sometimes you need a minute to say, give me a second, let me think about it, you know?
Indeed.
Hines. 2 deliveries left in the 4th. Just about 6 runs and over. And looks for the scoop shot as an appeal for LBW. Umpire's thinking about it. Not out. Silva survives.
An enterprising effort there from Silva to play the paddle sweep, it maybe, or the scoop from that delivery phase, so that's not showing to the middle here, Terence. Looking hit it in the backward square region, missed it, but it was pitched outside off. It would have remained outside off. The umpire, interestingly, nodded his head to the left as if he was saying, yeah, but it missed.
To piggyback on what you said, it hit him outside the line of off stump, and the fact that Silva was playing a shot could not be given out LBW.
Yes.
So, last ball of the fourth. If this ball ends up a dot ball, it's going to be 6 runs and over after 4. Oh, and it's not. Silva has other ideas. He just works this ball through mid-wicket and picks up a 4. So after 4 overs, it's well over 7 runs and over. Here it is again. Full toss. 4 more.
Yes. Bad delivery there from Hines. Turned out into being a full toss.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Welcome back to Broward County Stadium. 4 gone, just 1 over remaining in the power play. Remember, the game was shortened to 18 overs. An umpire collapsed after the 4th over of the first inning. Power plays reduced from 6 to 5 overs. Captain Pear, like Jermaine Lanneman said, is held. He changed bowlers to give him a chance to bowl from this end. Jermaine?
Yes, indeed. And that would have been a captain's decision. And he being the captain, Carripe, of this team, did a wonderful call. In fact, when he batted, you could see him even making captain decision to early in his innings take singles while wickets were falling around him to give the team a chance to hit towards the end. And he did so and made 48 runs. So he did well as a batsman and he's doing well as a captain and a bowler.
Pear just giving himself some room, Satur. But Pear not likely to give him that sort of room. He's going to nibble right around off, just outside off. And the batter's going to have to create his own room.
And just to give the viewers an idea of where Pierce stands after this delivery, he's actually maybe 3rd in the West Indies T20 national team pecking order behind the Hussain as well as Fabian Hallin.
Yes.
So, he may not be playing in the series now with Bangladesh or India, but he's definitely on the fringe.
Oh, well bowled, and it beats the keeper, beats everyone. I believe it's going to be an outside edge. Yep. 4 runs.
Hands akimbo is Carripe on his hips because that appears to be, it is a drop catch. It's pretty much low down to the left for a slip fielder, but if you're a good slip fielder, you can take that catch.
I tell you what, I'm going to give you a story, Jermaine. I actually held on to one of those in Trinidad and Tobago U19 trials. I was at first slip, and I actually held on to one of those. I'll never forget the catch. Let's play again. Oh, and another edge. And he is seeing this ball a mile coming up the hill from the commentary end. Pitch the ball, this time Midland leg, and looks like it's a bye.
Yes,
looks like it beat. Maybe it hit the pad. No appeal for LBW.
Just pitched and turned. I put it to you though, Ryan. I've seen several left-arm spinners over the 4 rounds of the cricket.
Sure.
Pear is definitely one of the best.
Love his action. He's tall and he uses every inch of that height. Look at how high the left hand comes by his ear to release. Nice and high. Oh, and again, this one pitches just outside leg stump. No appeal for LBW.
And interesting enough, that appears to have been an arm ball. So, that ball actually
continued on its
holding
way.
its line, and the batsman actually misread it.
30 fine without loss. Good opening stance so far for the Lions. Oh, it's a appeal for and umpire, and is the batter
not out? I mean, again,
not out.
That's another excellent arm ball there from Pear, as we have pointed out. Carrying on with the arm, batsman didn't read it and was lucky. That may just be missing leg or he could have been clipping. Umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, as umpires should, give the batters the benefit of the doubt. Pierre has to be a little confused, not getting the decision. Just let you know he has a long on and a deep mid wicket to protect against the righty on the leg side. And he has 2 slips in place. Oh, and he bowls this one on middle stump. And with that natural turn. In a T20 game, he has two slips. Brilliant to watch. 35 for none after 5.
Showing his international class repair here.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Okay, so the power play is over. 35 without loss. Brilliant start for the Lions. 7 runs in the power play. Not bad because they're chasing 130, which is 7 runs and over. So now, the 5 fielders on the boundary. We have a third man. We have a deep cover on the offside. On the onside, there's a lot of protection. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, deep and a long on. So we have the medium pacer. Hines had a good opening over from the northern end. And he's going to bowl to the dangerous Roy Silver.
Yes, so at this stage, the Fort Lauderdale Lions would feel as if they are on course, on par to getting this win. They wanted 7 runs per over at the beginning. It still remains that. It hasn't increased.
And this one is wide outside off stump, a square drive to cover.
And needing 7 runs per over, if you were to keep that run rate all the way down to the final over penultimate over, you back yourself to get a 7 to 10 runs over to win a game. On par, providing that they continue to have wickets in the dugout. And the Fort Lauderdale Lions, as we mentioned, need this victory. 5 defeats, 2 wins from 7 games. They have a 14-game preliminary road schedule. If they don't start winning now, the Fort Lauderdale Lions, they're going to be out of the reckoning to qualify for playoffs. So they need this victory.
Adjustment to the field. The deep cover comes in and a regular backward point takes its place. Hines to Satur. Pushes it to mid-on. There's a long on there, just one.
But having assessed in terms of the Fort Lauderdale's chances at this stage, we can assess the Atlanta Lightning's chances as well. I mean, they are going to feel as if they can get bowlers like Hines, who we said, a quality player from first-class player from Trinidad, to pitch properly. Carey Pierre continues to bowl well. They can stifle, get wickets, and get on top.
Here's Hines to Silver. Full outside off stump, looking for that Yorker length delivery to try and gather up dot balls.
And it must be noted as well in terms of the standings, the Atlanta Lightning, they have only played 3 of their 14 games. They have won 2 and lost 1. So they have a lot of room for errors if you want to argue that.
Well, I tell you what though, because the Galaxy and the Lions have not fared so well so far, they're also thinking they want to come down to South Florida and gather wins. But look like the Fort Lauderdale Lions may have other ideas. So far, 38 without loss. Well, ball delivery by Hines, but again another run. No boundaries, but they're keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Which is what is required. You started the innings needing a runner ball. The game would have been in your favor, per se, as a batting team, needing 7 over. And you're continuing that on that trend. Not only that, your captain, Roy Silver, the Sri Lankan international, he's found some form in this fixture. He's now 25 runs from 16 deliveries. So he's leading from the front. He did so in the field to keep the score just below par. And he's doing so now opening the innings for the Fort Lauderdale Lions.
Oh, and he just puts his foot through. Oh, he puts his foot outside off stump and just paddles it through backwards square for 4. Roy Silva improvising.
Yes, looking like a masterclass batsman, particularly at this level. Hines just pitching wide off the off stump, not any pace, and that is required to trouble the batsman, and he just used the opportunity to scoop it behind square.
And just to remind our viewers, him putting his foot outside the line of off stump and playing a shot, if the ball hits his pad, cannot be given out.
Right, he's so confident, Roy Silva.
29 off 17. And he goes after it again. Does the same thing. This time gets a maximum. Roy Silva hurries on to 35.
And this game is going for Lauderdale Lions' way.
Beautiful shot. And that takes us to the end of the 6th over.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back. Toyota Minor League Cricket 2022. Atlanta Lightning taking on Fort Lauderdale Lions. The Lions won the toss, put the Lightning into bat. They scored 130 off of a shortened 18-over game. And now Fort Lauderdale Lions making their last stand. 49 without loss, scoring just above 8 runs and over after 6. Roy Silva leading the charge, 35 out of that 19, out of that 49, and his fellow opener Satur just sort of anchoring the innings for Silva to work his magic. But here's Matani, the right arm off spinner from the commentary end. Oh, and it's an inside edge just beating the stumps. Matani getting some turn, but Satur's feet nowhere near the ball. Matani, this one closer to middle on stump, and he punches it right back up. So 2 dot balls to begin with, just what the doctor ordered for this Lightning team.
Yes, Carrier definitely moving around his bowlers, trying to see if he can, put the brakes, as the case may be, on Silva and Satur, who so far put it on 49 runs for the opening wicket at the required run rate at 7 runs per over.
So a well-flighted delivery, and it beats Matur. Just to give you an idea, the protection for the off-spinner on the onside, a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and that's it. On the offside, there's a long off, deep cover. Only 4 men outside of the circle. This one beats short extra cover, and they're going to come back for 2. Yes. So a deep mid-wicket, a long on, long off, and a deep cover. Yep, those are the 4 players outside of the circle, as Pierre being a little bit aggressive to Matur, who has shown that he's not been able, Satur, who's not been able to score boundaries.
Yes, indeed. Good captaincy there from Pierre. Trying to see if they cannot get rid of Roy Silva, who is doing well. He's going gung-ho at the moment at 35 runs from 18 deliveries. He's trying to see if they can, force out Satur. And so far, Satur hasn't been getting boundary, has been rotating the strike. But they need wickets, this Atlanta Fire team, to put the brakes on the Fort Lauderdale Lions, who are scoring very easily at the moment.
Matani trying to pull the brakes up. 2 runs so far in this over. Last delivery. And he's gone over cover. And could he get a boundary? Oh, well saved. No. Oh, it hits the rope. 4 runs. Just what Satur needed. He was bogged down by Matani. Gave himself some room and scored a boundary.
Yes, indeed. Very good effort there as it relates to what Carrier though was trying to do, I believe. He's trying to set up Satur, but he did a very good job.
So at the end of 7 overs, 55 without loss.
1, 2, 3.
So here is a change of bowling. Springer coming in, and that's one is wide. First delivery, a loosener. Looks back at the umpire, but can have no complaints. And this is not what the Lightning need right now. Game definitely hanging in the balance for the Lightning. They need a wicket, and Springer bowls a loosener.
Yes, Springer, the former West Indies under-19 representative, he's in this team as one of their strike bowlers towards the end. So let's see what he can do.
Well, he's matched up against Roy Silva, and he's going up in the air. Can they get the wicket? Long off comes off, and he drops short, and they're going to come back for 2. Oh, he hits the stumps.
Good dive,
Appeal by the umpire, and the umpire says no right away. Good running. Silva taking the chance, getting up and under it. Long off came across, dropped short. Look at the throw, though, by, looks like it's Hines. No, it was the opening bowler, McNally.
Yes, I've kind of a disdained effort there on the part of the batsman Roy Silva. Just looking to lift him over the top. Skied it. Fortunately for him, it didn't carry to the long off fielder.
We've seen him done it before. He is again. This one's a shorter delivery. Good delivery by Springer, adjusting his length and catching Silva.
Yes, good adjustment from Silva throughout this over. It started off a bit wayward, but since then, Silva clearly thinking that maybe Springer is just an ordinary player, but Springer, on the verge of first-class cricket, having played West Indies under 19, is showing variation and better control as the over progresses.
2 deliveries in, 3 runs so far. That's another wide delivery. Got the bottom of the bat.
Yes, better delivery again. Silva clearly starting to respect what the Springer is bringing to the table. Didn't go for any expansive lift in fear of it may sky again. Just pushing that one in the gap, getting an easy run. But good comeback here for Springer as it relates for the captain who brought him on, as they definitely need a wicket at this stage.
With the less powerful Satur, can he get a boundary or score some runs? Oh, this one is almost chopped back on. It's a hit sort of the inside part of the bat. It was looked to be played through the offside, and the ball went to the on. So the adjustment, as soon as Satur came in, got on strike, the long off came in, and a third man went out. So on the offside is a deep cover, a third man, and then on the onside, a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket for the 4 men on the boundary for Satur, who's now 17 off of 25.
Yes, so far so good for the Fort Lauderdale Lions in this run chase, needing 131 to win, 59 without loss after 7.4. Approaching the midway stage of 9 overs in the 18 over affair, which has been shortened because of the umpire, having a feint earlier in the innings.
So 2 deliveries remaining in this over, 59 without loss. And the key statistic there is 0. No wickets gone. The Lions starting to get in control. Outside off stump again. The umpire decides for the wide, and I think it's a good call, Jermaine.
Yes, indeed. You said starting to get in control. They have been in control, for what it is worth, from ball 1, this Fort Lauderdale Lions team, as we are saying. This delivery here, really well wide from Springer. Not what the captain Pierre would want. And why is he complaining? That is a super wide.
Springer again. Finally gets the ball closer to Matur, and Matur thanks him with a single. So at the end of 8 overs, 61 without loss.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So, beginning of the 9th over, captain has come back on. He knows this Atlanta Lightning team need a wicket. He spun the ball a mile coming up from the commentary end. And now he's going to try to work his magic against Satur on the offside, a long off, a deep cover. On the onside, a long on and a deep mid wicket. Satur pulls away and he's bowled him. Exactly what Atlanta Lightning needed, and the captain pair delivers. He delivered with the bat, and now he's delivering with the ball. Satur trying to pull away to score some runs to break the shackles, and he's bowled first delivery.
Excellent bowling there from Carrier. We mentioned earlier how well he has been in terms of his accuracy, and what we have seen here as per this delivery is arm ball. It's arm ball for most of the season so far. Shakir has not picked any of them, and that one just again held its own, traveled along the trajectory of his arm, and definitely a wicket that is well deserved.
And he's pitching the ball leg or to middle and leg. And like you said, he pitched this one middle and leg. It just continued on and hit the leg stump.
Mm-hmm.
So Satur did the right thing, tried to give himself some room, but with the ball just following him, he could just never get a hold of it.
And as we mentioned earlier, for me personally, Carrier here is demonstrating what is required at international level. He's third. I have him in the West Indies pecking order in terms of T20 international, behind Akeal Hossain and Fabian Allen. He's not currently involved with the West Indies team for the Bangladesh series or the current India series, but he's definitely showing his class here, Carrier, not only as captain, not only as a batsman, but as a bowler that is at international level. And players batsmen have to be wary of him.
So, in steps at number 3, one of the big additions to this team, number 14, Kiran Kumar Reddy. Someone that the Fort Lauderdale Lions were looking to have an impression and leave a mark.
So, what Carrier is doing as it relates to this, he's clearly leading this team and trying from the front. He did so, as we mentioned, with the bat. He's doing so with his captaincy decisions of so far changing bowlers and setting fields, and he's now doing so with the ball. Providing you'd want to say for Atlanta Lightning to win this game, he will have to take some more wickets, build some more pressure.
His pair to Vade. Vade's back and cuts this one to cover, gets off the mark. Vade 127 runs scored so far in this season. He's faced 93 deliveries, 11 fours, and 7 sixes. So he can definitely put away the loose ball. And if he can partner up with Roy Silva for the next 5 overs or so, have to believe Fort Lauderdale Lions, Jermaine, will be in the driver's seat.
Yes, they are in the driver's seat, the Fort Lauderdale Lions, at literally midway stage here.
This one is pushed hesitantly by Roy Silver. Pierre thought for a second he had a court and bowl chance.
Indeed, and what would have been the thinking I would want to say for Carrier Pierre now is they need Silver. Silver is set, in form, he looks in good touch. If they can get him, it would put a fillip. That's a wicket they would need because the other batsmen would have to start over.
Vardy sweeps and there's a appeal for LBW and he's gone. He picked the wrong one. Pierre has been pitching the ball middle and leg just about every other delivery. He played across the line and given out LBW, no hesitation by the umpire.
He must be an arm ball professional, Carrier Pierre here, because that's arguably the ball he has been getting all his wickets with, and he has been bowling mostly. You know, just coming up, going over, and he just angling continually down within the angle in which the delivery. So it's not pitching and turning to off, but it is maintaining its line on the wicket and are heading down leg. So those arm balls are proving really decisive in terms of deceptive to the batsman, and he's getting his rewards with the wicket so far.
Well, the captain responds again. This over started at 63 for none. Sorry, 60 for none. Now 4 balls in, 63 for 2. And back comes the Lightning. And in steps number 31.
Javel Glenn.
Javel Glenn, the youngster, a chance to leave his mark on this game. So, Captain Pierre working his magic with the delivery. It's been a captain-on-captain affair. Pierre with 48 and 2 wickets. And then Roy Silver, a tidy spell. And Roy Silver is currently 39 not out. Both of them locking horns, trying to influence their team to victory. Lightning want to pick up some victories down in South Florida. And of course, Fort Lauderdale Lions seeing this game, this series, this weekend as the time to make a run to get back in the playoff hunt. Now, for Glenn, powerful left-hander.
Glenn.
Protection, it'll be a long off, a deep cover, and then in the onside, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. So lefty on lefty. Here's Glenn's first delivery. Oh, and that one spins a mile, but hit him outside the line of off stump.
To show you the quality of Pierre, he is now to the left-hander bowling that, natural turning delivery. And Glenn, it must be pointed out, these two may have seen each other in the Caribbean Premier League. Glenn plays for the St. Lucia Knights. He was part of the team that went to the 2 CPL finals recently for St. Lucia. But, good contest.
Pierre again, he looks to be pitching that ball outside of stump, looking for the rough. And at the end of a fantastic over for the Atlanta Lightning, 2 wickets and just 2 runs. It is 63 for 2 after 9. We're halfway through the 18 overs.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, and this one's outside of stump. This is Springer continuing from that northern end, coming down the hill.
And what we're seeing at this stage is that Pierre has confidence in Springer. As we said, the former West Indies under-19 player who is on the verge of playing first-class cricket. He's very good, what I've seen so far, of changing pace, etc. He's deceived Silver a couple of times.
Well, we've seen Silver showing the ball, the fingers coming over the ball for the action. Here's Springer to say, oh, and that's a wide delivery. You can see Springer trying to get the ball over, the rolly fingers over the ball to confuse the batsman, and every so often, that's the result.
Yes, and I'm telling you, it's turning out to be a good contest between he and the set Silver, because Silver, as we have seen, have taken advantage of every loose deliveries he has gotten so far, but Springer is trying to outsmart him.
Springer to Silva, outside off stump again, tries to lift it and it's going to be out. Takes the catch and Springer makes the breakthrough. Springer has been teasing Silva outside off stump, and Roy Silva, the captain, 39 off of 24, holds out to cover.
I could have seen that one coming, Ryan. I see whereby Springer was trying to outsmart and outthink with the slower deliveries, with the taking off the pace of the deliveries of Silva. Silva, surprisingly though, seems to be tired because he seems to be losing his concentration, because being the leader of this team here, the captain, being the international player, the Sri Lankan, he should have been all about batting through.
You could see again way outside of some. It would have been a wide, Jermaine, but he followed it. He understood. He had to chase the deliveries and score some runs. Bottom edge of the bat, caught and cover, 64 for 3. Atlanta Lightning roaring back into this game. And now, who's going to join Glenn? We'll find out shortly.
Yes, we're seeing another former West Indies player, another former international player. This is Danza Hyatt, who is brought in by the Fort Lauderdale midway, which their campaign, which has been faltering, having played 7 games, as we mentioned, last 5, and only winning 2. Having another 7 games remaining, but they brought in a new firepower. Danza Hyatt is one such player. He walks in now, and along with Javel Glenn, will be asked a few questions, both from Kari Pierre and Shamar Springer.
So West Indies internationals galore. The Springer, the former West Indies U19 international, gets the Sri Lankan former international Roy Silva out. All happening here in Toyota Minor League Cricket 2022 in Broward County Stadium. Springer gets 2 wickets. He's been a little bit erratic, but he's now has 7 runs. Bowling to Hyatt. Again, outside of stump, and he knows the result.
Erratic is an interesting word they use for Springer, who has conceded 8 runs now from his 1.2 overs. But what happened is he's a bowler who is mixing it up. And as a captain, you'd want a player like this in your team who can try to outsmart players.
Sort of unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
This one is closer to the body, just off the hips. Easily worked away on the leg side. He's off the mark. Always a good feeling for the batsman.
Mm-hmm.
66 for 3. And the Lions are now losing their grip on this game as the captain Roy Silva dismissed for 39.
A very good point you make there, because this is now down to, as we said, it's the St. Lucia Knights player per se, the Jamaican first class player Javel Glenn, as well as the former West Indies international Danza Hyatt. They now are very important for Fort Lauderdale because they are 2 almost primary batsmen outside of Silva. So if one is to be dismissed, you open up the tail per se of this Fort Lauderdale Lions team who is struggling this season. So these 2 needs to build a partnership and needs to take the team closer to the total of 131.
So with the right-hander, left-hander combination, the protection on the offside, a third man, deep cover and a long off. And Glenn drives the deep cover, gets 1, and the protection on the onside will be a deep mid wicket and a long on. But with the righty-lefty combination, Springer's going to have to make the adjustments, and so too the rest of his field. You can see yellow shades coming across your screen because of this right-handed, left-handed combination.
But one must say though, kudos so far to the man of the match. So far, man of the match in terms of Kari Pierre, both in terms of he batted, made 48, captain and doing well, and bowling and taking wickets.
Springer, lovely, opening the face of the bat. Looked like an experienced Desmond Haynes out there in a 50-over match, just running the ball down to third man.
Mm-hmm.
Hyatt goes to 2. But they're keeping the score ticking, so the part of the recovery, Jermaine, will have in just to keep the scoreboard ticking rather than look for boundaries.
Right, because the run rate is still gettable here at 6.9. So a runner ball should be enough to help set up the back end of the innings.
Springer's last ball of the over. And he's turned it off his legs. They're going to look for 2. Great return out in the deep. And that's the end of the 10th over. Remember, it's an 18-over game. 8 overs to go. 69 for 3.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Back in Broward County Stadium, Ryan Davis, Jermaine Lanaman, Matani coming back into bowl his third over. He's been expensive, none for 19. Bowling to the left-handed, powerful Glenn. Glenn chips down the wicket, hits his pad, huge appeal for LBW. Glenn so far down the wicket, Jermaine. Hard for the umpires.
Yes, Glenn not looking particularly comfortable with that delivery. Using his feet, not getting to the pitch, and totally missing that ball. Fortunate for him, just pitched outside off.
So Glenn survives. Matani. Now Glenn tries to run it down to third man. Understand there is no third man. Is that dangerous for the off spinner to the lefty? No third man. That shot is always available.
Yeah, it is indeed. But Captain Pierre here is going for the attacking option. They need wickets, so he's maintaining the slip.
Down the wicket he comes, and up it comes in the air. Long on is under it. And he takes a catch. Great catch. Prize wicket. Glenn went after it. Matani is excited. Fantastic catch out in the deep. It was Mark Parchment. And the score goes to 69 for 4.
Arguably a deserved wicket there for Matani because Javel Glenn did not look comfortable to the flighted delivery. Tried to move his feet early and over, didn't get there. He did it again here, still didn't reach the pitch of it. Skied it eventually. He was hoping, Glenn, that it would have been enough to take it over the line, but it was a good dismissal in the end for Matani. Exactly what Carrier needed. Glenn is one of their premier batsmen in terms of their structure, their team. If you can constantly be taking wickets, you're getting your team into the position of making a comeback to win this match.
We look at the T20 game. Exciting, beautiful. We enjoy it. Glenn, in that instance, young player, does he know how to build an innings?
It's an interesting question to ask. It is a poor decision making because at this stage you need to be rotating. In fact, he look a bit bulky, if I may say. I mean, perhaps not the most agile at the crease, but for a player of his nature, with Danza Ayat there, you need to run a ball. Simply work the ball and move. You don't need to be doing anything.
And we see longer formats of the game, 50 over game, the 4-day game. So important for cricketers to be able to build an innings. So when you get into this predicament, you know what to do. But it seems to be just sort of one way of playing.
Right. And I mean, maybe that is why, if I may say, he, as a former Jamaica under-19 player, he's yet to play first-class cricket for Jamaica, even though he's a T20 national. Because maybe he's not so much skilled at constructing innings. He's a good hitter of the ball. We can see how he's built. But Javel Glenn needs to go back to the drawing board because he has put the Atlanta Lightning back in this game firmly.
So Matani comes back with the off spinners. Just to give you an idea, before the last over, 60 without lost. 2 overs gone, 12 deliveries later, 69 for 4. 4 wickets falling. Atlanta Lightning right back into the mix. So Matani coming around the wicket now to Brown. And Brown allows us to go, and you can see the hesitation now by the batters. Can't afford any more wickets to fall. So the bowlers can now have a little bit more freedom to pitch to vary their line.
If I were the Florida Lions coach, however, in this situation, I would tell the team not to panic easily. With 4 wickets down, they still have 6, and the run rate is still gettable at 6.5. As per international player, Danza Ayat a quality and statue, he needs to just, each batter he gets with him out there to just tell him, all we need to do is just knock it around. All we need to do is just keep the run rate in the gettable area.
There's Hayat, the lefty, on again, just turn the blade of the bat at the last minute to mid-wicket. Something that Shivnai Chandapur was so famous for. And that's the end of the over. After 11, 72 for 4. Atlanta Lightning coming back into the game.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
So after 11 overs, remember it's an 18-over affair. Game shortened. Umpire collapsed on the pitch. First innings after the 4th over. So only 7 overs remaining. Now, Richards got LBW'd first ball to the man he's bowling out, to the man on the non-strikers end, Brown. So Richards is about to bowl. He out for naught. He's going to try to revive his game, coming from the northern end, coming down the hill, bowling to Hyatt. Just short of a length, turned away by the left-hander, thinking of 2, and they're going to get it. Great running between the wickets. And Brown was the man who got him LBW. And he gets off for a double behind square. And Hyatt comes on the wicket to have a talk with him and say, listen, Brown, I can't run that fast. Just remember that.
Indeed. I'm sure it's not like that. I'm sure Shamari Browns, though, he looks a good cricketer. He bowled very well in getting those 2 wickets. And he was on a hat-trick.
Yep.
And so far, he has looked, busy workman-like between the wickets. Maybe the perfect partner for Hyatt.
An accumulator, as you would say. Here's Richards to Brown. Again, on the pads. And a left-hander would like nothing better than for you to bowl at his pads. So Richards trying to adjust his line to the left-hander, gives up 3 in the first 2 deliveries.
Yes, so I like also, for what it is worth, how Daniel Hyatt has come in and looked comfortable and at ease at the crease. It was just 3 runs from 3 ball, but with wickets stumbling around, you need a senior experienced person. I put it to you, he's now key for this Fort Lauderdale Lions team, because if he can hold his composure and guide the 6 runs per over, they'll get to the target. If he gets dismissed, it's problems.
All right, for the righty, a third man, deep cover, and a middle, and a deep cover. That's it. For on the onside, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. So they're making adjustments. They're bringing in the third man for the right-hander, and now pushing the mid off to a long off. So long off, long on, deep cover, deep mid wicket, deep square leg for Richards to the righty. Hyatt. That's well bowled. Just outside off stump. Short of a length. And Hyatt's in 2 minds.
Yes, indeed. Well bowled there from Richards. A little bit slower. And, Hyatt maybe anticipating more pace on that delivery. He was definitely outfoxed.
Can the Lions get back into this game? They had it in their grasp just 3 overs ago. But it's been slipped out of their hands over the last 18 deliveries. It's a full toss, a slow ball outside of stump. And like you said, Jermaine, adjusting that speed and length.
Yes, not a good delivery there from Hanshard. Not putting the pace. And maybe he knows of the repute of Adanza Hyatt, who loves the ball coming onto him so he can play the big shots. But definitely slowing it up, making the batsmen have to think twice, keep their eyes longer on that ball, trying to work it. So good bowling. Exactly what Captain Pierre would have wanted in the Atlanta Lightning's attempt of trying to get on top in this game.
So busy as a B. Brown is about to face the tall, high-actioned Richards. It's a good contest. Remember, Brown got Richards out LBW first delivery. Can Richards return the favor? It's down the leg side. Umpire does not call a wide. Does not seem to be very consistent, Jimmy, because usually they call the wides as soon as it goes down the leg side.
Yes, it's very unusual these days to see a delivery going down the leg side and not being called.
The only discussion is, did the batter adjust his footwork enough to create the wide? But I don't think so. I think that was a wide.
That's what the umpire is saying to himself.
Again, slower delivery. Looks like a Dwayne Bravo sort of instructional manual in bowling. Constantly running up quickly and bowling the slow ball. So the end of 12 overs, 4 for 76.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Matani bowling his 4th over. Bounced back in the last one. 1 for 22. 76 for 4. Remember, only 6 overs remaining. Chasing 130. Oh, and did he catch it? Oh, he just stopped it. Looked like it went through his fingers, hit the bails. Brown was back in his crease.
Luckily for him.
Here it is.
Powerful by Hyatt.
Yep. Now, it looks like the ball just went straight onto the leg stump. So Hyatt, can he deliver? Clutch. Down the wicket he comes, and he puts it through mid-wicket. Will he get the boundary? Yes, he does. Much needed boundary. It was Pear himself, the captain, tried to stop it, but Hyatt showing some class.
Definitely showing some class. Using his feet to the pitch of that delivery. He definitely didn't middle it all together, but the fact that he did advance, he did get under the ball enough and finding the gap. Excellent effort there by Captain Pierre on the boundary to try to perhaps cut it off, but it was well placed.
Down the wicket again and middling this one, but great desperate fielding by Matani.
Yes.
That boundary helped the score run rate, but it also helped his confidence. You can see the very next delivery, middles the ball right back to the bowler. Here's Matani, the Hyatt. Oh, and he whips this one through. Mid-wicket comes across, gets his foot to it. Heavy, heavy outfield. It just died out there. And they come back for a long 2.
Yes. Bad delivery there from Matani. A little bit short. Hyatt the opportunity to rock back. That should have been a boundary. Could have been a 6 or a 4. He's fortunate for it only to have gone for 2.
Down the legs, he comes down again, using his feet beautifully, gets to the pitch of the ball, gets a single, 7 so far in the over with 1 remaining.
Yes, well played there by Danza. Looking to get under it, using his feet as you pointed out. Didn't get to the full pitch, made the adjustment and just pushing it for a single. That's top-notch batting.
So for the lefty, the protection on the offside from Matani, a long off, a deep cover. Looks like he's going to get his slip in place. Let's see. No, he's going to have like a fly slip on the onside. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Brown is back and he tries to whip it through square leg. Doesn't get a hold of it. So the end of 13 overs, 83 for 4, chasing 130. Only 5 overs remaining.
5 overs.
1, 2, 3.
So 5 overs remaining, 9.6 the run rate. Atlanta Lightning certainly bouncing back over the last 4 to 5 overs. After capturing the prize wicket of Roy Silver, Richards continues from the northern end, coming down the hill, bowling to Hyatt. Oh, and this one just goes over off stump. That's the desperation creeping in. Hyatt trying to work a ball, a good length delivery through mid-wicket. The ball literally bounced over the off stump. So, Hyatt facing Richards. Oh, and he just rolls his fingers over it to slow it up. Brilliant change of pace by the medium pacer. Just to give our viewers a chance for the righty. The protection on the offside. Deep cover, long off, and then lots of protection on the onside. A long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Richards continues to vary his pace. 2 dot balls as the vice tightens. This one's a Yorker now, dug out. And all they can get is a single, Jimin.
Yeah, and what is important regarding this over and this statistic is that the run rate needed now has climbed to 10. It's the first time it has gone into double figures, which means then now the Fort Lauderdale Lions have to be careful. Because yes, you may back yourself to get 10 runs per over in the last, couple of overs, but it's asking a lot. So they need to get boundaries to keep it within the 8 runs per over mark.
So busy as a B. Brown faces Richards. Backs away, hits him on the pad. They're going to get a bye. And that's all they can get, Jermaine.
Yes, and as a follow-up to what I was saying earlier, was that if they allow it, the run rate to move to 12 or 14 and over, with car repair still having an over, and you're asking a lot. So, notwithstanding, they need to start at least getting a boundary in between, these singles that you're taking.
Well, the man for that is Hyatt. Can he deliver against Richards? Beautifully bowled, right on off stump, coming back into the right-hander. And all he can do is play an excellent defensive shot, but that means a dot ball.
Yes.
One ball remaining. And Jimin, it's now up to 11 runs and over. Richards to Hyatt. Again, he rolls his fingers, squirts it down to third man. So the end of 14 overs, only 4 remaining. Run rate now 11.25, 87 for 4 after 14.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So, our shortened game, 18 overs. We're down to the last 4. Some quick math, that's 24 deliveries. And we're looking at 45 runs needed in those 24 deliveries. So, McNally, bowling his medium pace, inside edge, gets a single. They get a single, Jermaine, but they need more.
Yes, and it's important. This over should be an important one. McNally didn't bowl particularly well in his first over that went for 7. He was a little bit strayed, but Carrier needs to get in overs, needs to get in as much balls. Yes, he has 6 balls after 24 remaining Carrier, but he needs to get deliveries from other players. So McNally will need to keep it tight. Equally,
Here's Brown facing McNally, and he goes after it. Only to mid-wicket. They get the one.
And equally, as I'm pointing out, Fort Lauderdale, this over is important for the Fort Lauderdale Lions because the run rate is creeping up. After this delivery, it's currently 11.7. It could go to 12.
Yep.
And it's getting more difficult. So you need a boundary to relax.
And the pressure is closing in because McNally are bowling balls to be hit. He's putting it right up into the slot. Nothing just short of a length. No corridor of uncertainty we're talking about. We're talking about balls to drive and score runs. And so far, these two batters aren't able to take advantage. Can McNally tidy up? This was a full toss and is driven back down the ground. Gets a hand to it. No run.
Missed opportunity there from Danza Ayat. You can't get a full toss like that at this stage of the game and do not put it away. You have to time that and you have to get even maximum.
We see sometimes batters trying to do too much with bad deliveries. Sometimes just playing through the line of the ball, get in the middle of the ball, you'll score runs.
You know, you have to be creative to get another bad delivery like that.
Correct.
Or another boundary scoring delivery.
McNally, Hyatt, another full toss, and it's outside. It wasn't exactly where he wanted it to go, but he gets the 4 and relieves just a little bit of pressure. They certainly need another boundary to stay within the discussion.
So invariably, on this delivery, it is a failure on the part of McNally because giving another full toss was not what the doctor ordered, having been, relieved of the one before.
His captain has now stepped in, realizing McNally is off of his length and is having some words with his medium pacer.
Yes, so you'll have released the shackles there for the Fort Lauderdale Lions team.
2 deliveries to go. Right into the block hole. Excellent delivery by McNally, but nobody's there. They're going to get 2. Yes, they have. Excellent running by Brown. He's so quick. And McNally knows it. Hands above his head. Pair comes in. He's a little frustrated. So far, 8 runs, Jermaine, in the over.
Yes, so it is going the over so far. It's going Fort Lauderdale's way as, McNally is a bit all over. He's not getting the deliveries in the block hole that the captain pair wants, and he's allowing Fort Lauderdale to keep the score rate ticking.
And he is their strike bowler. He is their opening bowler. They will rely on him. And the fact is, at 1.5 overs, none for 15, hasn't delivered. Here he is, to Hyatt. And the scoop shots, and that's 4. Brilliant by Hyatt.
Shot.
McNally, he's been sizing up McNally for the first part of this over and delivers.
Indeed. Excellent shot there by the West Indies, a former West Indies player, Danza Ayat, getting down low and, full toss it turns out to be eventually because of his positioning, and he did excellent to get 4 runs off that delivery.
So the end of that over, 98 for 4 after 15.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So they scored 12 off of the medium pace of McNally. Another medium pacer comes in. Terence Hines, 2 overs, none for 20. Brown, 5 runs. He's faced 8 deliveries. He's sort of gotten his eye in. Just to give you an idea of the field, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, protection on the onside, offside, a third man and a deep cover. Can Brown score heavily through the cover region? Here comes Hines to Brown. Pulls away and he goes exactly to the offside, but brilliant bit of fielding to take the pace off the ball and save the boundary.
Yes, earlier I said for the McNally over, it would have been key because the pressure was building from Fort Lauderdale. They needed a boundary or two to keep the scoring rate from not going to the required scoring rate from not going too high. Now they have turned to a medium pacer, which is Terence Hines, who we said has played for the Trinbago Knight Riders in the CPL before. So Springer is hoping to keep it, but so far he has not delivered the delivery that he has bowled. Fort Lauderdale has gotten a single. But it's an interesting over because this is it. Kyle Pierre is a strike bowler, but he needs his backup bowlers per se to come good.
So adjustments in the field to the right-hander, a deep backward point, a deep cover, and a long off for the offside. Oh, right up into the middle stump. Great Yorker, but dug out by Hyatt, which means he lives to survive and play another delivery.
Indeed. Excellent delivery there from Terence Hines. Exactly what the captain wanted. No room for Hyatt to free his arms, much less to even turn the delivery to try to get a single. So, good dot ball.
On the onside, the protection is a long on and a deep mid wicket. Hyatt. Oh, he paddles this one beautifully, but well stopped in the end from the short fine leg. It came at him quickly, got him right on the shin bone. Jamin, you and I will both know that's going to leave a mark tomorrow.
Yes, he's still there bending.
Yes.
But very good shot there from Hyatt, showing creativity. He's having difficulties, if I may say, scoring in front of the wicket. So he is trying to just utilize the space of the delivery. He got a 4 off the spinner in the prior over. And now he's done it off the medium pacer to just paddle sweep it to get off strike.
Well, a run, a dot ball and a run. Hines bringing the Lightning back into the game. Brown has a beautiful delivery. I think it's bat and pad. Let's see what the umpire says. But another fantastic delivery by Hines. Yep, bat and pad. So it's a single. But only 3 off the over so far.
Yes, decent bowling there. I mean, in fact, good bowling there from Hines, I would say, because the run rate is now creeped up to 12.8, almost 13 runs and over. And I'm sure Pierre is backing himself as one of the strike bowlers towards the end of the innings to be able to, if a team needs over 10 runs and over, he's going to back himself that his over is not going to go for 10.
Here's Hines bowling the 5th delivery. Oh, he's gone after it right back past the bowler, but there's a long off there for protection. It's Richards. And they get that long single. Hyatt will be dreaming about that one again. Certainly hasn't been able to put away the bad ball so far in this innings.
Yes, a little bit tight, I believe, Danza, if I'm not disappointed, because he's not been able to free himself well enough as a former international player who still plays first class level
and within
cricket.
the squad, within that area of getting selected. Brown right back past the bowler, beautifully shot. Richards comes across. They're going to go for 2 and they're going to get it. So, only 2 overs remaining. 29 needed. It's going to need a flurry by the Lions to get this.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Okay, so we had a little bit of debate about who should bowl the second to last over. I went with Pierre himself, the captain, and Jermaine quite rightly said he should bowl the last over, trust himself. So he turns to his medium pacer Richards, who, by the way, 2 overs, none for 7. That's no slouch.
Right.
So the medium pacer is going to come up the hill this time to allow Pierre to come down the hill for the last.
Right.
So
and indeed, so far Richards has been bowling well with those slower deliveries. He has to back Richards here to not go the full shuttle in terms of too much. 26, he can maybe afford 12 runs off, but no more.
Let's see what Hyatt has in store. 26 off of 23 is how much Hyatt has. 27 runs needed to win off of 12 deliveries.
Yes, perfectly balanced game, you don't want to argue.
Richards, Hyatt pulls away, and Richards follows him. Good bowling.
Yes, perfectly balanced game, but slight advantage to the bowling team here because they can indeed get in some deliveries, increase that required run rate from 13 to arguably 15 for the final over. And Kyle Pierre, how has he has been bowling with those excellent arm balls. So far, the most effective bowler here in this game, perhaps in the division and conference so far, given his bowling abilities. He's going to back himself in that last over. So Fort Lauderdale needs to get runs in this over to at least trim down the required runs.
So far, Pierre, the captain for Atlanta Lightning, firmly in control as the man of the match. And it's a nightmare for the righties to get him away. But Richards has so far made an impact with the ball, not with the bat. Oh, and Brown's got a hold of it, and he's hit it over the boundary rope for a maximum. Exactly what the Fort Lauderdale Lions needed. Gets a big hit from Busy Brown. And the score goes to 111 for 4. Full toss by Richards.
Yes, going for the slower one again, trying to go wide of the off stump, but this time a very smart Shamari Brown made the movement over towards the left stump, the off stump, got under that delivery, turned what should have been a delivery into a full toss and got full maximum. Excellent cricket there from the youngster Shamar Brown, or the cricketer Shamar Brown per se, bringing the Fort Lauderdale within striking distance of this total.
Well, immediate field adjustments. Protection on the onside, a long on and a deep mid wicket. On the offside, long off, deep cover, deep point. So he has the protection on the offside. He can understand the ball is going to be pitched on off stump. What can Brown do? Tries to hit it through the mid wicket, and it appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Came off the path there. I mean, half appeal for a leg before.
Yep, you're right, Jermaine. Let's take a look.
Yes.
Comes right across his stumps. Yep, hits him right on the back foot. That's a good shout. That's a very good shout. I'm sure the umpire saw that again.
He
have a different decision.
Yes, indeed. But good bowling there from Hanchard, using it, taking the pace off and outsmarting Brown.
Richards to Brown. Oh, again another appeal for LBW. Umpire seems to be not working that part of the game, Jermaine. Has he forgotten there's an LBW in cricket?
To be fair, that one did pitch outside though. That one wasn't going to be out. But good delivery, good bowling again from Hanchard. Slowing it, taking the pace off and deceiving Brown, who cannot get the timing.
It pitched outside the line of leg stump, so he cannot be given out LBW. Good decision by the umpire.
Indeed.
But a single to the total, 8 so far in the over. Still 14 runs needed. So 19 runs needed off of 8 deliveries. A maximum needed by Hyatt. And tries to go after it. Gets the bottom part of the bat. Brown wants 2. Only 1.
Not the type of scoring that the Fort Lauderdale would need. You want to, this is the over you had to target. This is the player you had to try and get boundaries from. Carry Pierre is going to be far more difficult to score off. So Fort Lauderdale is making it difficult. Danza Ide, if I may say, is making it difficult at the moment. He's the power hitter. He's the one needing to get the boundary of this medium pacer.
So Brown, who had the maximum early on in the over, 16 off of 15. Can he get another one? Goes after it. One bounce, two bounces, but long on comes across. Misfield. They don't chance it. Long single, and Richards did the business.
Yes. Good attempt there by Brown.
At the end of 17, last over remaining, 114 for 4.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का। Hey, pair bowls, how many overs? 3 or 4? Pair, yeah. Springer arm. Height. So, last over remaining, 6 deliveries left, 17 needed. All happening here at Broward County Stadium. Shamari Brown, 17 off 16, Hyatt with him in the wicket, and they've left it to Hines. 26 off his 3 overs, he's going to bowl number 4. Brown comes after that thick outside edge, third man's there. Great decision by Pear to have a third man, only a single, and now Hyatt is going to have to literally create magic.
This is what he was brought into this team for. I didn't start the season with the Fort Lauderdale Lions. He was brought in as an international star power hitter for the Fort Lauderdale Lions, who are struggling this season, having lost 5 of their 7 games and winning 2 midway the season. So they brought him in to try and help the team turn around their fortunes. He has now the opportunity in this final over. Can he deliver?
They need boundaries. Can Hyatt deliver? Outside off stump, and again, can't get a hold of it. Just the one.
Yes, very, very. This game seems to be slipping away slowly but surely from this Fort Lauderdale team. Needing 15 runs off 4 deliveries. It's asking a lot.
Definitely need a maximum somewhere in here to relieve the pressure. Can Brown, we've shown that he can work the ball over mid-wicket for 6. Can he do it again? I'm sure he's going to be looking to try and do that again. Oh, hits the pad, gets a single. So now, with 3 deliveries remaining, 14 needed, you have to get a maximum somewhere, unless a wide or a no ball is bowled.
It looks like it's all over, if I may say, for this Fort Lauderdale line. This appears is going to be their 6th defeat in 8 games, because it's asking a lot to be getting 14 runs from 3 deliveries. Danza would have to bat, as we'd say, out of his skin.
All right, let's see if Hyatt can deliver one to keep it going. Spencer. Hines, rather. Comes across and he's going after him. It's going to go over the boundary. And that's a 6. Well, 14 was needed off of 3. That was 6. So it's now going to need 8 off of 2. Takes a little bit of pressure off Jermaine, but still a lot needed.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered. Well done to Danza Ayton for this Fort Lauderdale Lions team. Getting under that delivery, actually advancing down the wicket, turning what arguably could have been a decent pitch delivery into a full toss, helping it on its way. Well done, Danza.
He goes to 34 off of 27. Here comes Hines. 2 deliveries remaining. Goes after him again, and that does it. They get the single. That means they'll need 7 in 1. You're going to need a no ball or a wide to keep this thing alive. If you're the bowler, you take 3 steps, you bowl it right down the pipe, allow the batter to do whatever he wants.
Anza Kimber there, Danza, walking and looking back, saying that I missed out, because that should have been it. He definitely needed a boundary there, definitely even 2 runs to present the opportunity for the team to win. No, providing that there's not an extra, the Atlanta Lightning will be champion. Will be victorious here.
So, barring a miracle, 7 needed off of 1. They're going to need help from the bowler to either bowl a wide or a no ball, and I'm sure Hines knows that. Oh, and he's bowling. Last delivery. Hines has the last say. Bowls a brilliant Yorker to get Shamari Brown bowled for 18. And at the end of the innings, Atlanta Lightning finish off with a flurry. Hines bowls a fantastic delivery to York Brown to bring the Lightning home and dry.
Delivered. That's what Hines has done today. As we said, a player for the Trinbago Knight Riders in the CPL, brought into this Atlanta Lightning team, bowled at the dead here by Carrier, the captain, delivering with dot balls, delivering with good deliveries, and with a wicket in the end. Well done to Atlanta Lightning.
So look at this scorecard. Captain Roy Silver, of course, 39 off of 25. He was the that got them in position, maybe win it. Then died in the end with Shamari Calvin Brown, but because of the wickets in between, too little, too late.
Too little, too late. I mean, for what it is worth, Dan Zayat ended with 35 out of 28. But he, for me, should have been the player who should not have made even this game so close. He is their star batsman. He should have allowed Fort Lauderdale to be in the driver's seat going into the final over. They found themselves behind, and in the end, you find that the bowlers did the job.
Well, looking at the bowling figures, Neve McNally did not show up, but guess who did? 2 wickets, runs, 3 overs.
Excellent from the West Indies T20 International. As we pointed out, still in line to potentially go to the World Cup in Australia with the West Indies team, behind the pecking order of Akeal Hussain and Fabian Allen per se. But having said that, he did well here for this Atlanta Lightning team. Opened the bowling, 2 for 9. With an economy rate of 3. You couldn't ask for better. He led from the front with the batting for 48. He did his change as well in the field.
So to wrap it up here in Broward County Stadium, Atlanta Lightning, the visitors, come in and win by 6 runs in a thriller over the Fort Lauderdale Lions. For my co-commentator, Jermaine Lanneman, my name is Ryan Davis. Thank you for the broadcast, everyone. We will see you in moments for the second of the doubleheader. Atlanta Lightning play their 2nd game in a row against Orlando Galaxy. See you soon.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.